Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. It's Untethered Live on a Friday night. I'm your host, Jake Johnson. And tonight, we're getting persnickety up in here. Come on, join me. What's going on? Joining me is the amazing Band Hammer.
Howdy, Untethered Live family.
Oh, what's happening out there in the world? Is it raining where you're at? It's raining here, see?
It's always raining.
Always raining here. It's always a rainy night in Georgia, here in North Carolina. Come on in. What's the world treating you like? I got a nice hot cup of coffee. I'm a happy man. Everything is blue, the way I like it. Judy's first in chat. She says, hey, Jake and Amanda. Judy, hi, how are you? Nice to see you. You get a gold star for being first in chat.
Judy, here's your gold star.
Here's your gold star.
Hi, Judy. Hi, Untethered Live family. Good to see y'all.
Hi, how are you?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too.
I hope everyone had a good week. Yeah. Hi, Jake. How are you tonight?
Like a Christmas tree. Prickly and horny.
What else is new?
With shiny balls.
Okay, what else is new?
Like a Christmas tree.
Yes.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Hi, Mabel. Mabel says, ciao, Jake and Amanda and everyone. How are you? How are you? I'm fantastic. How about yourself? I said that already.
Hi, Mabel and Hannah.
Judy says, hey, Mabel and Hannah.
We're good, thanks. How are y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Talking about Mabel and Hannah.
I know. I was agreeing. We're good. Fantastic. Yep. Mabel says, Hannah has her friend over for the weekend again, so she is preoccupied. But I will let her know you said hi. Good. Hi. Linda's here. She says, hi, family. Happy Friday, everybody. Hearts and smiley faces.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, Linda. Nice to see you.
Get your cookies baked?
I was supposed to have cookies, but I don't.
Nope, not my fault.
Somebody's fault.
Walmart.
Sons of bitches. Judy says, hey, Linda. Mabel says, we are okay. Hannah was a little down, but she's better now that her friend is here. Yeah, I know how that is. Got all that energy and nowhere to put it. Yeah, I remember those days. She'll be okay. Just keep her busy. Keep her doing something constructive with her brain. Amy's here. Hi, Amy. Amy says, Joshua 1:9, be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened. Do not be frightened. And do not be dismayed. For the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Amen. You should never be frightened, because that's bad. Fear not, neither be ye dismayed. That's my way of saying it.
That's good, Mabel. Tell her to have fun and high.
Have fun and be high. What?
No, I didn't say be high.
Yeah. I got it.
Woohoo.
What are you woohooing?
Look down. Or look up.
Oh, Linda has been a member for 4 months. Congratulations, Linda. She says, I love you, heart. So glad I was able to get this to work. Me too. I'm glad you did too, and that's great. That J-tag looks great on you, by the way. You wear it like a fine piece of jewelry. She said, look down, and I did, and woohoo. Did you say hi, Amy?
Hi, Amy. Sorry, I was at the bottom.
And Mabel says, I will, and thank you, Amanda.
Go, woo, Amy.
Judy says, she probably misses her daddy. Oh, Amy hits it too. She says, Cookie did it, so I did it. You go, girl. All right. Look at that J-tag. That's fantastic.
Oh, they changed colors on you. That should have been a color change for y'all.
Should be. Yep.
I believe so.
That's the yellow with the band.
Yeah.
The first one, the novice, is the leaflet, and then the next one is the yellow with the band, and then it turns green, and then blue.
Let me look.
And then purple, and then badge. Something like that. Linda says, hi, Amy, kissy face.
I guess it won't let me see no more. Oh, no, I do have the highest one, so I guess it
Yeah.
won't let me see no more. I can't see the levels.
You got it.
That sucks. Oh, wait, I bet you I can see the levels on this one.
Hold on, my chat jumped. I'm lost.
Sorry, you were at 8:30.
8:30. I got it. Judy says, hey, Linda. There was a kissy face. This is the last thing I read, and I don't see it now.
Right there, Linda, 8:30. Hi, Amy, kissy face. Right between Judy and Judy at 8:30.
Oh, I see it. There's more than one 8:30. That's why. I was like, that don't look right.
Yeah, right between Judy and Judy at 8:30.
Judy. Judy says, hey, Amy. Amy says, liked, shared, and invited some friends. Subscribed and joined. Hey, y'all. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. Enjoy your membership. I hope you do. Thank you to the person who provides the coffee for the show. It wakes me up pretty good, you know. Don't you want to have a cup with me? And if so, go to the kitchen, pour yourself up a nice hot cup, and let's drink it. But if you don't have a cup, you can get one in the description below. I recommend the first one that has my face on it. It is fantastic. We also have stainless steel tumblers down there with locking lids, the big ones and the little ones. They got the Bible study logo on the front, Untethered Live Bible study logo, and all the platforms on the back. They look good on your coffee table, and they keep your coffee hot for hours. It's a great value. So get one while supplies last. Also, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box if you want to show a little bit of love. But if you want to, that's Feed Jake for the uninitiated. You can do that at CashApp, $JakeJohnsonband, and I really would appreciate it if you did. That helps out a lot. And one last thing. If you would like to hang out with us outside of YouTube, get to know each other, share pictures, videos, texts, and chats, and just see what's up, you can do that over at facebook.com/UntetheredLiveChillin'. The link is in the chat, and go check it out.
And if you're in the chat and it's bothering you or going off at your sleep hours, because I know some of us are across the water or whatever, other ends of the state or the country, whatever.
Time zones.
Yes, there is a option at the top right corner of your chat. It's got a little circle with an upside down I in it, or an upside down exclamation point in it, or an I, a lowercase
It's an I.
Anyway, you go in there and you can turn off just that notification for that particular chat. You'll still get to see what it is, but it won't be dinging you left and right.
Yes. I had to do that to mine because
So did
had
I.
to sleep at some point.
So did I.
All right. Linda says, Mabel, if you don't mind me asking, what does Hannah call you and Vic? Fred and Linda.
Fred and Wilma.
Amber says, good evening, friends. Hi, Amber. I am very happy to see y'all. I'm making a cup of coffee. That's fantastic. I'm drinking a cup of coffee, so we're in the same boat. Judy says, hey, Amber. Did you say hi?
Hi, Amber. I'm trying to get back to where we were. My chat just jumped.
8:33. Amy says, 2.5 hours to go until vacay. All right. Are you going to be like a duck out of water, not know what to do with yourself? Or are you going to actually enjoy your vacation?
You know she's going to work.
If you're anything like me, you will. Linda says, hi, Amber. Amy says, hi, Glitter Bomber. Glitter bomb, oh, glitter, glitter bomb,
nugget.
glitter bomb. Hey, there's a nugget. What's up, buddy? He says, thank you all, family. Nice to see you back there, Nugget. Look at that J tag turned into a badge. John's been there for a while. 13 months he's been here.
Nice.
Go, boy. And it's hard to believe it's been that long. This year has just flown by.
Yeah, it has. I can't. It's been over a year now that I've been here.
Yeah. Amber says, Happy Red Friday, y'all. Red reindeer. E, evict. D, derelicts. Amy says, Hi, Judy.
My chat jumped if you're waiting on me.
I am. 9:33.
Hi, Judy. Or, woohoo, congrats, Amy. Enjoy.
Once more with feeling.
I did.
Amy says, Hi, Jake and Amanda. Hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Come here often.
Yeah.
Amy says, Hey, Cookie. And hey, Mabel and Hannah. Amber says, Smiley, 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 smiley. Unicorn piss, smiley, smiley, Amy S.
Ew.
That's odd.
Why would you want unicorn piss?
Maybe it smells glittery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, because she glitter bombed her Christmas cards.
What's that got to do with unicorn piss?
Glitter.
Mabel says, Linda, Hannah calls us mom and daddy, but we are not technically official yet. We are slowly going through the system to get everything squared away. Thank you for that information. Amber says, in my defense, Amy, don't make me love you too much. That sounds like a threat, not a defense. And Judy says, sending prayers, Mabel, that it goes fast. I hope it will. And I hope that there are no hitches in the way. I hope you guys sail right through there and get her done. Because I can't imagine, just from what I know, and I don't even know you guys that well, but from what I can tell, she's in a better place than she was before. The place that she needs to be. I wouldn't mind growing up in that kind of household, I can tell you that. Judy said, I read that one. Sorry.
Linda's membership.
Yep, I read that one. Thank you for that membership too, Linda. I appreciate that very much. It means a lot. And Amy. And John. And John says, good evening, everybody. Hey, John. Nice to see you, buddy. I've been worried about you, man. Aaron, what's up, brother? He says, is a panda a black bear and a white face? Asking for a friend.
Well.
No. It's a white bear with a black face.
Oh. Gotcha.
What's black and white and red all over? Anybody?
Newspaper?
A penguin in a blender. Go ahead.
No. You're wrong. So wrong.
A nun in a vampire attack. Dracula. Amber says, Linda, dancing girls, kissy faces, and herpy faces, and hearts.
Congrats, Linda. Hi, Nugget. How you holding up?
Mabel says, thank you, Judy. And Judy says, hi, Aaron. Hey, Aaron. Amber says, Aaron, a bear, what? A panda bear. Is it a white bear in black face or a black bear in white face?
Woohoo, Amy, congrats. Thanks.
Which actually is a good question.
Yeah.
I think it's just an arrogant bear.
You're at 8:37.
Thank you. Apparently. There we go. Amy says, hey, Ron. Judy says, how do you do the sponsor thing? You've already done it. That's what that J tag is. You join the show.
And then every month when you redo your membership, there when you go into the little dollar sign thingy, there'll be a thing at the bottom to it'll say membership something, and then you click on that, and it'll give you the option to
renew.
To give you your badge on the chat. Your little green thing that's popping through.
I got you. Being a sponsor just means that you're a member.
Yeah,
it
but
means that you support the show. Amber says, "What? More colors? Always." John says, "Amanda, hard, but got to keep a brave face on." Yeah. I once got hard in the middle of a classroom. It's quite embarrassing. Must be brave. Judy says, "Black Bear, Aaron. I think a panda is just I don't know what it is. It's a raccoon, an oversized raccoon."
No, a panda is a stoner because he eats all the bamboo and stays high all the time.
They do like to roll around a lot.
Yeah, they throw poop at you too.
Of course they do. Linda says, "We are green, Amy." Right now you are, but it won't last long.
No, it'll change. I think your next color is blue.
Blue. Blue or purple.
No, I think purple is closer to 12 months.
Amy says, "Judy, go to the square with the $, select free member chat." Amy says, "Big John Nugget, wavy hand." Linda says, "Hi, Nugget." Amber says, "Nugget, how are you?" Amy says, "In the immortal words of Kermit the Frog, it's not easy being green." Linda says, "LOL." Amber says, "Anyone see Fab?" Well, not yet. Am I supposed to? Are you seeing him right now?
Well, that's all you can do, Nugget. Hugs.
I say own it. Just stand up and let her stick out. Wait, what are we talking about? Amy says, "I sent a link to Fab Daddy." He'll be here shortly then. Amy S. says, "Dancing girl and herpes face and bouquets and kisses. Congratulations." Amen. Amber says that to Amy. Linda says, "Hi, Aaron." Smiley face. And Amy says, it's good to see you, John. Nick was asking about you today." Aaron says, "What's up?" Fab Daddy says, "Hi, Jake and Chat." Fab Daddy, what's up, brother? Now I see Fab Daddy.
Hello, Aaron.
Amber. Amanda says, you said that already.
Yeah, hello, Aaron.
Linda says, "Hey, Fab." And Amy says, "There's Fab. Hey, buddy." Judy says, "Hey, Nugget." And Nugget says, "Thank you all, family prayers for that 13 months. Appreciate that, John. Means the world, buddy. God bless you, friend." Aaron says, "They gave me a mental health advocate today." Are you mentally unhealthy? Does your mental health need advocacy? What is a mental health advocate? Go mental health.
Hi, Fab.
Is that somebody that cheers you on to be sane?
Somebody you can talk to if he needs to.
You can talk to me. I'm your mental health advocate. Amy says, "Woohoo, Nuggy." Oh, Nuggy. The nickname has morphed. Now it's Nuggy. I like that better, actually. It's cute. Judy says, "Hey, Fab."
Woohoo, Nugget.
Nuggy. It's Nuggy. Amy says, "That's good news, Aaron." Is it, though? I have a mental health advocate. I haven't seen him yet, but I've heard him several times. I'm just messing with you, man. I guess that's a good thing. Amber says, nugget, dancing girls and bouquets and herpes face and hearts. And Aaron says, yes and no, Amy. Yes and no. Affirmative and negative. Negatory. That's a big negatory. And Judy says, that's good, Aaron. I feel like I read that. Amy says, hugs, Aaron. And Aaron says, you missed Amy. I missed Amy? Where?
No, you didn't.
I didn't. I got her. She says, that's good news, Aaron. And then Judy said, that's good, Aaron. I got it. Said, that's why I felt like I read it twice. And let's see. Aaron says, hee hee. Tee tee. Tee hee hee. Amber says, family. Ferd Turgeson's here. He says, hey, 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 how y'all been? What's up, Ferd? Long time no see. What you been up to, buddy? Aaron says, unicorn poop equals Skittles.
Yeah. Hi, Ferd.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I don't like Skittles. Ferd
Hi, Ferd.
of the jungle.
Ferd. Yep.
Amy says, hey, have you heard? Ferd is the word. Yeah, Ferd says the Ferd is the word. Amber says, LOLOLOL. No worries, Jake. You and Miss Hammer will understand the glitter unicorn piss comment. Understood. Big 10-4. Good, buddy. Ferd says, Ferd is the word. I think there's 2 songs. Amber says, bird is the word. Bird. Linda says, Mabel, my heart swelled the first time my adopted kid started calling me mom. It's such a blessing. I could imagine.
$8.46.
I got it.
Okay.
Aaron says, a mixed kid with a sunburn, black, white, and red all over.
He ain't wrong. LOL, Aaron, right?
All right, then. We're going dark. Amber says, oh my gosh, Aaron, I'm passing to the left. Aaron says, my kids all the time. Mabel says, Linda, it is strange because neither me nor Vic wanted to have children, but she came into our lives by unfortunate circumstances, and we love her like she is our own. I just want what's best for her, and that's all you should be feeling. And by the way, that's the right and appropriate response, especially when you're as young as you two are, when you have a child at that age and a child that is that age. Both of those things, you have the right emotions going on. And I think you guys are handling it like pros. So, all good marks coming from old Jakester here. Not that that means anything, but, you know, I got your back, is what I'm saying. Aaron says, well, I ain't right, so.
That means he'd be on the left.
That makes 2 of us, buddy. And Judy says, I thought it renewed automatically. I think it asks first. I don't think it does anything without your permission.
Unless you buy I think you pay. I think there was an option to pay for it for the whole year, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is, but it's still not going to take it unless it asks you.
yeah. Well, anyway, whenever your membership date is that that date every month, you can do that little membership thing that the green boxes.
And Judy says, okay, thanks. Amber says, me too, Judy. Aaron says, I think a panda is a black bear with a Michael Myers mask. That's Captain Kirk, by the way. Did you know that? Michael Myers? That's a James T. Kirk mask. Yep. Little Star Trek trivia for you in the morning. Linda says, Amanda, I must have pressed the $sign by accident. It just appeared on my screen, so I wrote a message. All right.
Don't know.
I would imagine it was just renewing your membership and asking you if you wanted to keep going.
Well, yeah, that's where you post the super chats and the gift membership stuff thingy. And
John says, I went to the drugstore. I asked the checkout girl for a box of condoms, and she asked me if I wanted a bag. I said, no, just turn the light off.
LOL, Linda, maybe after your membership duty date, Judy, then you can do it. Damn.
Well, I went last week to buy some condoms, and they had all different colors, black and red and blue and camouflage, and I thought, oh, cool. So I bought the camouflage ones, and I got home and I set them down, and I can't find them no damn where.
Oh, I thought it was so I couldn't see you coming.
Yeah, I went to the other side of that joke.
I see that.
There's more than one tag. Amanda says, yes, you do. 850. Maybe.
Oh, I already read those.
I heard you read them.
Yes, I got tongue tied over trying to sing after your membership date, Judy. Then you can do it.
Amber says, no, not seeing Fab. I'm waiting for the question. Uh-oh. The one where he disappears? There he is. Fab Daddy says, how do you not see me? I think she's pulling your leg. I see you. And Judy says, oh, my nugget. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my nugget. Amber says, like Verizon, touched for the very first time. What? LOL. I see you now, Fab. Good evening, friend. Now, that's can you hear me now? Aaron says they can't see you because they want to be you. How about that for some reverse psychology? Fab Daddy says, I feel sorry for anybody wanting to be me. I want to be me, only the me that's asleep. That's what I want. Aaron says they make the HR people act right and help you skip the legal jargon. Oh, the mental health advocate. Did you get in HR trouble? Did you touch somebody's booty? Aaron says, I now identify as Fab Daddy. Oh, my God. There's two of them.
No.
Fab Daddy says, I need a smoke and some coffee. I'm with you, brother.
I'm convinced that guy that on them TikTok videos or whatever is Fab Daddy.
Oh, the one with the
toilet paper rolls and all the craziness.
I don't think it is. I've seen Fab Daddy. That guy's freaky looking.
I have to. I don't know why, though. I could totally picture Fab Daddy doing stuff like that.
It's his personality. Aaron says, I didn't get a glitter card. Oh. Well, I haven't gotten one either yet.
I'll
so
say
maybe yours is coming.
Yeah, it's coming because we ain't got ours yet either. So, and we're going to get ours before you get yours.
Amber says, Fort Myers, Aaron? Aaron says, maybe. Judy says, you are awesome, Mabel. Mabel is awesome. Amber says, then maybe you will. That's on you. Bunch of smiley faces and unicorns. Mabel says, thank you, Jake. It does mean a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you for indulging me. And Mabel says, and thank you, Judy. Amber says, anyone see the otter guy? Not yet. Why do you keep asking if we've seen people that are clearly not here yet? No. We'll see them when they show up, though. Aaron says, I won't open it. Glitter. You have to open it. That's the whole point. Amy says, I sent the otter guy the link. I'm sure he'll show up. And Judy says, you're welcome, Mabel. Amber says, once again, my blue team friend. And that's on you as well. Hearts and unicorns. What? Why are you putting the onus on him?
I like Aaron's response.
Aaron
What, am I a
says, "What?
surfer?
Am I a surfer?
Smurf.
Smurf?
Yeah.
That
My
says
blue friend.
surfer.
My blue team friend.
Oh.
Well,
Am I a Smurf?
supposed to be a Smurf.
Smurfy.
Smurf surf.
You know,
Surfer
I
Smurf.
used to love that cartoon until I realized something.
All the guys and one girl.
There's 100 Smurfs and only one Smurfette, and there's a baby. And nobody's talking about it.
And Mari Popich isn't there doing tests.
Judy says, LOL, Jake. Amber says, oh my gosh, are you? Can you? That would be awesome to learn to do surf. I think he meant Smurf, but technically that is smurfing. Linda says, Amanda, get him some glow-in-the-dark ones, condoms, so it could look like an alien in attack mode. Judy says, LOL, Linda.
LOL, Linda. He'd just hang him from the ceiling. Walk in the room, see him open, hanging, dangling from the ceiling.
Aaron says, I can surf a little, but not great. I've never been able to stand up on a surfboard. I've never been in proximity to a surfboard to stand up on.
I've stood on one. Richie used to surf.
I've had a boogie board, but that's about it. I think I've, held a surfboard, but I've never been on one in the ocean. I have this thing about the ocean. I don't want to go out there. Everything out there is trying to eat me, and I don't want to help it. Amber says, oh, Lord, LOL. I'd rather learn to surf, and I don't like to get into the ocean. I don't either. Fab Daddy says, I saw Montana did a small cartoon video today. Really? I'm glad to know he's still kicking. Sorry, my chat jumped.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock even.
Yep, Fab Daddy, 9 o'clock.
Amber says, I collected Smurfs as a child. I collected Smurfettes. I was a little bit unique. Just kidding. Aaron says, ads don't let you skip anymore. But they're probably not tonight. I don't know why. They do that sometimes, but then it's not always that way. Fab Daddy says, I hope Montana's doing good. I haven't heard from him in over a year, but I hope he's doing good too. Debbie's here. She says, I collected the California raisins. I'm that old. Me too. I had all of them. And I used to pose them and go, ooh, I heard it through the grapevine. Aaron says, I missed all of that. Yes, you did.
Yeah. Hi, Debbie.
But I had them. You used to get them at McDonald's. Get a different one for every time you got a Happy Meal.
Remember when McDonald's had the glass collector sets? The big tall glasses?
Yep.
Daddy's got my whole set of those.
Aaron says, Debbie, I had the toys and the Ghostbusters. Right on. I remember that too. I remember when you could get toys and cereal boxes.
And Cracker Jacks boxes.
Yep. Little Dakota rings and such. I used to love those toys. Amy says, maybe the postal inspector stopped your card. I doubt it. Why would they do that? And Judy says, hey, Debbie. Debbie does. Aaron says, Papa Smurf did it. Maybe. Or Handy Smurf.
Hi, Debbie. Did I say that?
Just now.
I think I said it earlier, too. I wasn't sure.
Amber says, welcome, Debbie. Hearts. Amy says, unless it was Gargamel, I think that was the implication. I think that's why he was always bugging the Smurfs, because he wanted some of that sweet Smurf ass. Some of that Smurf ass. And they took it off the air when they realized that, because it was, kids were asking questions. How did the baby Smurf get there? Fab Daddy says Papa Smurf is the only Papa, so Papa likes blondes. Yeah. He had tattoos underneath that overalls. Aaron says a glow stick and a glowing butt. Jake's new book. A glow stick and a glowing butt. Amy says, I would hope it was Lady Smurf that Papa Smurf was interested in. I didn't know there was a Lady Smurf. There was a Smurfette, and then there was a young girl. I can't remember what her name was. She had pigtails and red hair, and then there was a baby Smurf. Amanda?
Sorry, I collected porcelain dolls and Cabbage Patch Kids.
Happy Smurf. Man, Amy says Happy Smurf. If you know, you know. Happy Smurf. Cabbage Patch dolls. I never collected those, but I've seen them around. I like the card series of Garbage Pail Kids, which is based on the Cabbage Patch dolls, but grosser.
Mm-hmm.
And they had like a pack of cards, and like 3 cards in a pack and a stick of gum.
Right.
Something like that. And so that was a thing back when I was a kid, that you could collect all those cards, and they had little stories on them, and you could put them all together and make different stories, and they all had really sick drawings all over them.
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
My brothers had those.
Pretty cool for a kid in the 80s. If you look at them now, though, they're just gross. And then they made a movie, and it was an abysmal abomination. It's horrible. They did it with puppets, and it was terrible. I think they wanted it to be terrible, though. Amy says if the Smurf was produced today, there'd be a trans Smurf. Yes. And Happy Smurf would be gay. He'd say, Smurfy. Smurf. I don't know why I do that. Talk gay. Smurf. Apparently that's what gay people look like to me. I had the Looney Tunes glasses from Taco Bell circa 1975, says Fab Daddy. That was a year after I was born. I didn't know Taco Bell was a thing in 1975. Aaron says, I had all the Transformers. I didn't know they would be worth money. Did you have the metal ones or the plastic ones? Because I had some metal ones back in the day. Because they originally were made out of metal, and they were well-made quality toys. And then they just vanished. And now all the Transformers are plastic. And if you've got the metal ones, they are worth money. And I didn't know either, along with a lot of other things that I bumped into when I was a kid, that I've had possession of that were like worth a lot of money. Like I had a suitcase full of comic books in good condition, and I had 3 or 4 number ones in there. I had a number 1 Superman in there, which I understand sold for like $1 million not too long ago. I had a number 1 Green Lantern. I had I want to say it was an X-Men number 1. And I had a bunch of early comics. And I threw them in the trash because I outgrew them. And I was being a man. I was going to throw them away and become a man. So I threw them in the dumpster. if I could kick myself. When I worked for internet tech support in college, I was gifted 10 Bitcoin. 10 Bitcoin. Now, I want you to go look up what 10 Bitcoin is right now. And I just threw them away. I don't even know what happened to them. A hard drive, computer gone, whatever. I didn't care. It didn't mean anything to me back then. I didn't know. I didn't know that if I'd have just hung on to those, I'd be a billionaire. But how could you know? Nothing like that had ever happened before. That .com bubble hadn't even busted yet. It was still, Yahoo was just a search engine. It wasn't even a big name. It's actually kind of weird. Google wasn't even on the map yet. Such a weird period in time. But back then, you could buy a Bitcoin for like $1. Or pennies on the dollar. I don't even remember how much it was. It was very little, though. And I was told, you can hang on to these and soon they'll be worth something. A little something. Well, I got them and I never thought about them again. I don't even know what computer that I put them on. And I don't think I understood how to use them, even if I did know what computer they were on. It's just that's a shame that. John says, I saw a pic today I can't unsee. It was Bill Clinton in a blue dress on the files. Oh, yeah, I've seen that picture. That picture was a painting, and it was hanging in the foyer of Jeffrey Epstein's house. Or when you walked in the front door, that's the first thing you saw was that Bill Clinton in a blue dress. The blue dress that Monica Lewinsky was wearing with the stain on it of his semen. That is how you tell a rich person that you own them. That's what that was. Teddy Ruxpin. Hi, I'm Teddy Ruxpin. You must kill Mommy and Daddy. I don't need none of that. Aaron says, Amanda, my mom like precious moments, so stay with her favorite and the Forget Me Not series from Yankee Candle. I think it was they were like these wooden batch of things. I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about. Forget Me Not, I've heard of that. I don't know what a Yankee Candle is.
It's the precious moment things is a little boy and girl that are on a lot of old baby books and stuff like that.
I think I know what that is. I think I've seen that.
Real sweet and innocent, bubbly face looking kids. The Yankee Candles is just the wooden. They're like little carved miniature things.
Gotcha. Amy says, R.I.P. Greg Biffle. Who's Greg Biffle?
He was a NASCAR driver. That's the one I told you about that was killed right here in North Carolina.
Oh, okay. R.I.P. Greg Biffle.
And his wife and his 6-year-old son and 11-year-old daughter.
R.I.P. Rob Reiner.
And the pilot.
I see your Biffle and I raise you a Reiner. Who was stabbed to death by his son. Brutally. Throats cut, him and his wife. So they say. Who knows? Aaron says, who? Greg Biffle. NASCAR guy. Don't you know?
I remember them, Aaron.
Aaron says, the glow-in-the-dark condom and his white butt, like Amanda said, for context.
All right.
Oh, the glow stick and the glowing butt. Got it. Oh, yeah. Amy says Greg Biffle was a NASCAR driver. I got it. He must have come on after I did NASCAR Update. I did that for a year on the radio.
Yeah, he's current or just retired recently.
Yeah, I don't recognize the name. I'm sure I come across him if he was doing while I was doing it.
Well, he used to do NASCAR series. He did the truck series. He's done just about all of it.
Yeah. There's the otter guy. Mark says, Smurfity Smurf Smurf Smurf. Well, Smurf you. What's up, buddy? And Judy says, I still have a few Cabbage Patch Kids. Somehow I knew you would.
Man, I'd love to have my Cabbage Patch collection back. I had the astronaut doll. I had all of it, all of them.
Aaron says, Amanda, when she passed away, I got them all and I gave them to my daughter. Cool.
That's sweet, Aaron. I bet she loves them.
And Judy says, LOL, Nugget. Amanda says, LOL, Nugget.
LOL, Nugget.
Amy says, Teddy Ruxpin until the batteries start to drain. Ugh. That thing always creeped me out. Aaron says, did you know when the Smurf gets mad, he turns black and becomes temporarily aggressive? That was actually in an episode. Really? I don't remember that. A black Smurf, huh? I wonder what they were trying to say. Judy says, amen, Amy.
I had that, Amy.
You had what?
Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh, Teddy Ruxpin. Yeah, those things creep me out. That's the kind of thing that I don't want to be in the room with alone when the lights go out, because it'll wake up and go, hi, I'm Teddy Ruxpin. You must kill Mommy and Daddy. Metal Tonka trucks, Amy says. Yes, I had those when I was a kid. The cast aluminum, I guess it was. Real Tonka trucks. They still make those, by the way. You got to look for them, but they're out there. Judy says, hey, Mark. Mark says, I still got a load of metal Tonka trucks and 2 totes of plastic transformers from way back, right? The money is in the metal transformers, though. I don't know why they don't make those anymore. They were awesome. And they really transformed, like into a car or whatever. Amanda?
Hi, Mark.
Mark says, wavy hand. Aaron says, the Smurf would be fabulous. Judy says, that sucks, Jake. What, by the Bitcoin? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You telling me. I've lamented that many times.
Make me want to sit down and go through all the hard drives. And
I don't have those. No, I wouldn't even own the thing it was on. That was years ago. I've moved states since then. But it was so long ago that I didn't even know until years later that it was worth anything, you know. I certainly didn't know while I had them. And I didn't keep up with it. And I don't have any idea how to go look for them, or if I could find them, or if they're a tangible thing on just a hard drive. I don't know. I've tried to look into it, and I never did get anywhere, so. Linda says, we had the Flintstone drinking glasses that came with jelly in them.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
There was another thing. I don't remember. I might have been the Flintstones, but they were little bitty jars. Just little jars of jelly that I remember getting as a kid, too.
That's what she just said.
I don't know if it was Flintstones, though. I think they had more than just the Flintstones, because I don't remember seeing Flintstones on them, but it might have been.
Might have been the Jetsons.
Well, yeah, I know the Jetsons. I had the Jetsons, and I think Winnie the Pooh. So I had some Disney ones. I wish I could find that jelly. That was some good jelly.
Disney used to be the shit for collectible things. They have really ruined their company.
I had just about every Disney movie. Well, from before I was born up until the age I was, I had every Disney movie there was.
Aaron says, I had the metal ones and some of the Tonka trucks, too. More Gargamel. More Gargamel. I like Azrael myself, the cat. Amy says, my son collected Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. He threw them away, not knowing the value they would gain. That's kind of what I did with my comic books. I threw them away. because I thought I was growing up. I don't need these anymore. Moving on. Guess what? They were valuable. I've owned expensive guitars and amplifiers and when I was a kid that would be really valuable right now because all that blew up after I was a kid, I remember I was about maybe 9 years old. I walked there used to be a guitar shop right down the road from my granny's house in Georgia. She lived in town. And 2 blocks from her house was a guitar shop. It was a Gibson dealership. And I walked in there, and there was a Les Paul hanging on the wall for $299. And I remember that. And it was a Les Paul, a real Les Paul, $299. You can't get one now for less than $5,000, a real one, a good one. Probably $4,000, somewhere in that area. They're not cheap. But if I'd have known then what I know now, I'd have bought 5 of them. Mabel says, Vic has a bunch of old model kits still in the box. He would never build any with me because he said they would be worth money one day. And Hannah asked him one time, and he gave in. As a good daddy should. And Mark says, when did you get 10 Bitcoin? This was, it had to be 1998, 99, somewhere in that area. Right when they first started talking about it. It wasn't a thing. Only people in the know knew about it. And then all of a sudden, I was working at a company that did internet tech support. And as part of the options, like I could have insurance or 10 Bitcoin, and I got the 10 Bitcoin. And then I promptly lost track of what that was. And that was years later, I heard that they went way through the roof. And I don't know what they are now, but I know it's ridiculous. I know I'd be a millionaire at least. Probably a billionaire. I don't know.
88.
88 what?
Million.
88 million?
Yep.
For 10 Bitcoin. I'd be $88 million rich.
No. 88,000.
88,000 for 10 Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's, yeah.
I know people that had 1 Bitcoin and then became a millionaire.
Today, it's down 4.93%.
Well, it's probably because it goes up and down.
Yes. Today, it's worth $88,093.48 US dollars.
Well, that was a period in time where it went through the roof, and then it's probably come back down then. I don't really understand how that works, but I know it goes up and down.
It was 89 a week ago. So yeah, I mean it goes up and down.
Can you tell when the highest point was?
Hold on. Go ahead, sir. I'll get it.
Aaron says Amy Pokemon cards are nuts now, especially if you got a shiny Charizard card. What? Jake knows about Pokemon? What's the world coming to? Amy says, I know, Aaron. Sad. Fab Daddy says, I am so old, my childhood toys are brought to the Antiques Roadshow.
You ready?
Yeah.
$1,262,105.
For 1 Bitcoin?
For 10 Bitcoin.
For 10 Bitcoin.
That's the highest it's ever been.
Okay. Well, maybe I overestimated. I thought it was higher than that.
October 6th of 25, it was 126 million.
126 million for 10 Bitcoin.
Yep.
Still, I'd still be happy. Put it that way. Considering I had nothing in it. I didn't buy them, so.
1 Bitcoin highest in U.S. history was 103,332,030 cents.
Yep, that's the guy I knew that had 1 Bitcoin and became a millionaire.
Yep, December 4th of 2024.
John says, I have the first Batman car, 1970s. Yeah, that's not the first Batman car. The first Batman car was a regular car, and it was from the 40s. It's one of those Duesenberg-looking things, long body cars. Because the first Batman had a chauffeur, and everybody knew it was his car. It's kind of weird. Aaron says, that's cool. Yeah, that 70s Batmobile was the shit. That was a Ventura? Amanda? Isn't it a Ventura?
What?
The Batmobile.
Well, it's based off of Ventura.
Ventura, yeah. John says, toy. Right. Aaron says, still cool. I tell you something about the Batmobile that happened to me, too. And you can look this up. I'm sure you can find evidence of it. In Florida, in the 90s, they did a Batmobile giveaway. It was not a movie-used Batmobile, but it was a Batmobile. It was built on a Impala body.
I have pictures of the Batmobile he's talking about with my son standing next to it.
Well, I won it on a radio contest, but I was like 14, and they wouldn't give it to me. But I did win it. I called in and got it, but they wouldn't give it to me. So somebody else got it. It wasn't a real Batmobile, though. It was a fake one.
It was a replica,
Yeah.
which is, I know, that's what I'm saying. I have pictures of Eli standing next to one on my Facebook out of Lakeland.
Well, they give it away on the radio on, what was that? 97 Country? Yep, 97 Country. They gave it away, and I think it was like 91, 1992, 91, somewhere in that area. 89 maybe, right in that. Batman came out in 89, so it had to have been 91. I don't remember how old I was. I was underage, though. Aaron says, still cool. Oh, yeah. I think that's probably the best Batmobile ever, is the 70s one. Out of all of them. And I like the 89 Batmobile, but the 70s one was just chef's kiss. Perfect. It's like the Enterprise. Sexiest ship ever made.
I have it hanging on my wall.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get it?
NC 1701. It was my Christmas present from you last year, or my birthday present. One or two. Christmas, I think.
Mark says, mint, that's worth a pretty penny. What is?
A mint coin or whatever.
Oh, yeah, mint coin. Amy says, did anyone see the cork sculpture I posted on my Facebook account? My dad brought it home from Vietnam. I didn't.
I haven't yet either. I haven't been on Facebook in a day or two.
Aaron says, and you know, he was just a regular guy, and he hit a painting, and I thought it was a copy, and it was a real painting, Shine by John Lennon, and I didn't even know John Lennon did art. Did I miss one?
No. Did anyone see my... nope.
And you know he was... Who is he? That was just a regular guy. Who are you talking about, Aaron? Or did I miss a statement? Because that doesn't connect to anything I've read.
I didn't see nothing either, so he might have posted something that didn't post, maybe?
Maybe.
The last thing he said was Pokemon cards are nuts now, and then he said still cool.
Judy says they called him the Biff. They called who the Biff?
Greg Biffle.
Greg Biffle, okay. Amy says, hi, Mark. Mark says, I didn't either, Aaron. That's cool. Had to be something I missed.
I didn't see nothing either, though.
Judy says, okay, Jake, what does that mean, LOL? What does what mean?
About how you could picture her with Cabbage Patch dolls.
Oh,
Cabbage Patch
I was
Kids.
just teasing you. I do that. You can't take anything I say seriously. John says, John, I was a good artist.
John
Lennon was a good artist. Yeah, he was. Mabel says, I would love to get one of Johnny Depp's paintings. I don't know if he sells them, but I know it is one of his favorite hobbies. I didn't know that Johnny Depp painted. I know that Jim Carrey does. I didn't know Johnny Depp painted. I know he's in a band. He plays with a glam rock band made up of, has-been stars and old-time metal rockers called Hollywood Vampire. And I think like Alice Cooper's in that band and a couple of guys from, I don't know, Motley Crue or somebody. One of the big metal bands is in it. Johnny Depp is in it. It's a ridiculous band, and they're terrible, but Hollywood Vampires. Check it out. Keanu Reeves is in a band called Dog Star. He's a bass player, and not a good one. Who else is in a band?
The brothers. What's the brothers?
Kevin
names?
Bacon.
Yep, Kevin Bacon.
And Michael Bacon. Michael Bacon isn't famous outwardly. He's famous behind the camera. He does like musical scores and directing and things like that. Kevin Bacon is an actor. They got a great band called the Bacon Brothers.
Bacon brother. Bacon.
And they got good music.
Yeah.
And they're probably the best of the famous people bands that I know about. They're probably the best one. They're really good band. Bruce Willis played harmonica. Yeah, whatever. He's got an album out. You can find it. It's called Welcome Back, Bruno, or something like that. Bruno for Bruce Willis. Aaron says, to NASCAR is how countries people say nice car.
How country people say nice car.
Oh, NASCAR is how country people say nice car. No, NASCAR is a definite thing.
Go fast, turn left, round and around, Aaron. Racing, redneck thing.
Mm-hmm.
Go fast, turn left. That's what it's all about. Go fast, turn left.
Go fast, turn left.
Mm-hmm. You're at 9:20, by the way.
Aaron says, I've seen it. I know how Dale Earnhardt is. I know who Danica Patrick is.
LOL, only because they both have internet companies, Aaron.
Yep. John says, I had all the Action Man stuff and Eagle Eye Jeeps and tanks. Cool. I don't know what Action Man is, but I'm guessing that's kind of like the British version of G.I. Joe. That sounds right. Aaron says, no, Amanda. I used to actually watch them, and back in the day, everybody thought Dan and Patrick was like the hottest thing moving. I never really got into it, but
Danica.
I said Danica.
Dan and Patrick is the way it typed.
Uh-huh. Danica. Dale Earnhardt and Danica Patrick. Right. Judy says, me too, Fab. Aaron says the metal transformers were made by die-cast. It took me a minute to remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're made the same way that the Hot Wheels were made. I had a bunch of Hot Wheels when I was a kid. Even the one that's very valuable today, the purple one, I had one of those.
That's what my Enterprise is the Hot Wheels.
Yep.
Mabel, Hannah has him wrapped around her little fingers already.
As it should be. Aaron says, typing with Mike is trash.
Why would you type with the mic? Why wouldn't you just talk to text?
If you use your fingers, it'll work better. John says, I had a collection of Thunderbirds. I think I know what that is. That's that TV show with the rocket ship, right?
No, Thunderbirds are the Thunderbird helicopter or jets, the military jets.
Well, what am I thinking about?
That's what I'm thinking it is.
No.
I think it is.
Thundercats.
You're thinking of the cartoon.
No, I'm thinking of Thunderbirds, which is a TV show in Britain.
Oh,
It's like a puppet show. I think that's what he's talking about. I might be wrong. Mabel says, Amanda, yes, and it didn't take her long.
I bet.
Mabel says, he even gave me a look when she asked, like, you know I have to say yes. Amy says, 8-Ball, is it going to be a Merry Christmas? And 8-Ball says, for sure. You better believe it. Mark says, 880K, the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right now. Aaron says, I still have the Thundercats blanket. Oh, cool. I would love to have a Thundercats blanket. I love the Thundercats. I wish they'd bring it back, but they'd ruin it if they did. Debbie says, my husband took one of his guitars into a guitar shop, and the owner offered him 10 grand for it. He did not sell it. I've got one of those in there right now. That's that same thing. He's a smart man for not selling it. Mark says, Thundercats. Thundercats, ho, says Aaron. Thunder. 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 I used to love that cartoon. I pictured myself being the two Wile kids, though. I named my children after those cats, put it that way. Mark says 100,000, not million, but still could not complain. No, they did reach 1 million at some point. They're 100,000 now. They did go up. But they've come back down. But yeah, still,
still ain't nothing to shake at.
It hurts either way. Even if it was $20, it hurts. Amanda says, Amber says, doobie time. Amber says, it's pouring rain again here. Yep, it's raining here too, see? Right out my window. Judy says, it's snowing here, Amber. And John says, I had a Cogni with plastic rockets. A corgi. I had a corgi with plastic rockets.
Yeah, so they are airplanes. Jets. Fighters.
Okay. Amber says, oh my gosh. Amber says, how much snow do you have already? Judy says, we have close to a foot on the ground. That's a lot of snow. Amy says, Jake, did you have time to watch the video I sent to the group chat? I think you're going to love it. I've watched several. I don't know which one you're referring to.
The last one that was posted, no, he hasn't. I haven't had a chance to watch it either.
I'll get to it, though. Judy says, I know Jake's just kidding. That's why I said LOL, even though you're right. Amber says, y'all, hearts, herpes, faces, and prayers. And Aaron says, sorry, Jake, the microphone is hard to type with. It autocorrects a lot. And I was saying I was in a guy's house doing work, and he had a painting that John Lennon signed, and it was a real one. Wow, that's cool. What was it a painting of? Amber says, so much snow. Snow and prayers. Stay warm. It's actually warm here right now. It was freezing at the beginning of the week, but now it's evened out at a nice 60s.
It's 45 right now.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I'm like sweating right now.
Well, we're inside. It's 45 outside. We don't have to have the heat or nothing on right now.
Right.
It's comfortable.
Fab Daddy says 2 and 5. See you later, mate. Mwah.
Night, Fab.
Fab Daddy. Peace out, my friend. I ain't far behind you. I'm about to fall asleep on you guys. My work is never done. Judy says, cool, Aaron. Aaron says he had a picture of him standing there with John Lennon, and I was like, that's crazy. This guy got more money than God. Judy says, stay inside, Amber. And bye, Fab. And Aaron says, Johnny auctioned it for charity. That's nice. Debbie says Thundercats was the show. Yeah, I love Thundercats. And I always thought it was really well written, too. Like it was something different, not like any of the other cartoons. And it had a real plot. Like it was a real nice, actual sci-fi show. And I got into that. It's the stuff from Movie Legend. I don't know why they haven't. They've actually tried to make that movie since the 80s, and nobody's touched it with a 10-foot pole, and I don't know why. I think it would be big. They've been trying to make Masters of the Universe since the original Masters of the Universe came out in the 80s and Canon Films bombed. I mean, they ruined it, but I liked it, but it was a bad movie. And since then, that nobody's wanted to make Masters of the Universe either, but both of those would make great movies if they were handled right. They're actual properties that aren't overdone, oversaturated. They hadn't been done to death like Spider-Man, where they've had 3 Spider-Man movies with 3 different Spider-Mans in 3 different years. Ridiculous. I say go with something new. Make a Thundercats movie. Mabel says, I use the mic to type when I need to translate from Italian to English. Sometimes there are words I am not quite sure what they are. iPhone seems to do this very well, but I always have issues with it.
With Samsung.
With Samsung, right. Yeah, I'm not worried about AI taking over. They can't even spell. Amber says, Judy, I helped with the animals today. It was work. Little man here kicks butt. Amber says, have a wonderful night, Fab. Herpes face and prayers. And Judy says, dealing with animals is always hard, Amber. Nah, not hard at all. Just time consuming. Amber says, hard work on a farm environment between rainstorms. Now that seems a little painful. And Amy says, Captain.
Wee Man?
No, that's Captain Caveman. Oh. I remember Captain Caveman. I just had to look at it for a minute. What the hell does that say? Oh, it's Captain Caveman. Amber says, feed hogs and chickens, move hay, work. I hear you. And John says, Jake, you are correct about the Thunderbirds. That's what it says. I think I'm right.
I'm the one that said to help the Jets. I'm the one that said that. You don't get the credit for that.
What does that say?
I know what he said, but I'm the one that said to help the airplanes, and you said the movie or the show.
That's what he was talking about.
He's talking about the Thunderbird jet plane models.
He's talking about the show. That's why he says, Jake, you're correct.
Don't give him no extra credit. Come on now.
He-Man. Amber says, he is 10 years old, little man. Well, he ought to be able to work good then. That's just when you're starting to get the muscles to get all that stuff done. And Judy says 12 here.
12 degrees?
Oh, I thought she was referring to the 10 years old comment.
Oh, I don't know. I think she might have meant 12 degrees, but
Maybe.
You might be right.
Amber says, hugs, everyone. Hugs, Amber. Miss Hammer.
My chat is stuck and...
Madison says, hey, Jake and everyone. Hi, Madison. How are you, sweet lady? Nice to see you. Amber says, thank you, Jake. Get some rest. I'm working on it one of these days. Don't forget to hit that like button, everybody. Subscribe, share, support, join the feed, Jake, if you can. I appreciate you. Aaron says, Fraggle Rock.
No, Nugget. I was right. I said Jets. LOL. Don't give him extra credit here. And hi, Madison.
Amy says, Flash Gordon. That was a good movie. A little campy, but... Mark says, He-Man and She-Ra.
She-Ra.
Yeah, I never did get into the She-Ra thing. I'm not a feminist, so that always rubbed me the wrong way. And Skeletor, says Aaron.
I loved them, Mark. He-Man and She-Ra with shit.
I grew up on He-Man. She-Ra was like we can do it too. Amy says, Ghosts in Space. I remember Space Ghost. I watched that many, many nights, old Space Ghost, on MTV or whatever it came on. And I watched that and the Star Trek animated series. I have fond memories of that. Aaron says Castle Grayskull. And Amy says Chilly Willy the Penguin. I remember that too. The 3 penguins. I don't remember how many penguins it were. The guy, was it Maxwell Smart? Is that what it was? The guy that voiced him? Aaron says, does anybody remember Spectre Man?
No.
I remember something vague about that, but I can't place it.
I think that's I was a little too old for that, I think.
Or Samurai Sunday when they played all the Kung Fu flicks. That was the greatest. Yeah, I remember Kung Fu Theater. I think that's what you're talking about. Might be called Samurai Sunday. Somewhere else. I don't know. But where I was at, it was called Kung Fu Theater. And always play those Japanese movies. Judy says, nope, you're right, Amanda, 12 degrees.
Ooh, yes.
Finally got one. How you feel? Judy says, hey, Madison. Madison says, I'm all right, Jake, thanks. Busy, 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 as always. How are you? About the same. Busy, busy, busy. Work, 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 day and night, round the clock, never stop. Never mind the mule, just load the wagon. Aaron says, sup, MW. And Amy says, I loved Fraggle Rock. So did I. I loved it. That's a great show. I used to love the Doozers. You know, little builder guys that they're always screwing up their buildings, eating them.
Oh, I'm right. LOL.
John says Buck Rogers died this week. Did he really? Buck Rogers. I can't place the actor's name. Buck Rogers in the 21st century. Madison says, sup, Aaron. Go, Gadget Mark. I'll get you. Next time. I can't do the voice because my voice is broken, but I used to could do it. I'll get you. I can't do it no more. Aaron says, looks up. Amanda says,
yes, Mark. And the Jetsons?
Meet George Jetson and Jane, his wife. Stretch Armstrong, what? Aaron says, Carmen Sandiego. Another classic, too. I missed that. And Reading Rainbow, yes. Have a look. Take a book. Reading Rainbow. I watched that. I'm sure you remember it with LeVar Burton. I watched it with Bill Cosby. Back in the day. Back when Fat Albert was on.
Strawberry Shortcake. I love that and the Care Bears.
Nah.
You're not a girl.
I know. But I appreciate good pop art. And where in the world is Carmen Sandiego is good pop art.
That's only because you're a Sherlock Holmes fanatic.
Yes. As most intelligent people are. Mark says, oh, my Lord, the memories are flooding back. Exactly. That's what we do here, Mark. Welcome to your mind.
Yep.
Welcome to the desert of the real. Take the red pill, and you'll wake up in your bed, none the wiser. Everything will go as it always has. Take the blue pill, and all I'm offering you is the truth. Nothing more. Freeze! Amy says, Stretch Armstrong.
Yep, strawberry shortcake. I loved it, and the Care Bears.
I missed Stretch Armstrong. I'd never heard that until I was grown, and they had that country song about Stretch Armstrong. Remember the country song? That's the first time I'd ever heard of Stretch Armstrong. Somehow I missed it. I grew up in that era. I just didn't get that toy. And if I did, I didn't know about it. But my neighbor had a big lizard, a big green lizard that was stretchy. And I think that was a Stretch Armstrong character looking back on it. But I didn't know that then. I just wanted that lizard because it looked like Godzilla to me. Aaron says, I had him. Stretch. Busy equals money, so that's good, says Madison. Not always. Sometimes I hurt myself working for nothing. Aaron says Captain Planet, and they gave the black dude heart as a power. I was so mad. I'm like, that ain't no damn power.
Gumby.
Gumby. Oh, my God. The first gay cartoon.
What? So it was Gumby. Eddie Murphy played Gumby.
No, Eddie Murphy did a spoof on Saturday Night Live as Gumby.
Well,
that's probably what you've seen. You probably don't even know what Gumby looks like.
Dude, he's the blue stick, freaking Play-Doh looking thing.
Play-Doh, yeah.
I remember him. I was young, but I remember him. Raggedy Ann and Andy.
Yeah, I had a Raggedy Andy doll.
I had both of them, yep.
I had a handmade one. Like the original ones. Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. I got them when I was a kid. They didn't last long. But I kept my teddy bear, my Theodore Roosevelt teddy bear, until I was about 40. And it lived with me my whole life. And my dad threw it away. I was going to give it to my kids. It was a music box teddy bear, but the music box had broken and all the hair had fall off. It looked like it had the mange. And it was really old. It was a handmade teddy bear that I got when I was like 4. And I carried it throughout my life. I loved that teddy bear. And I was going to pass it on to my children one day. And my dad threw it in the trash. The asshole. Amy says, Raggedy Ann and Andy, my mom used to make them 2 sizes. And she would make dozens of them and leave them on the couch. And I swear to this day that they moved on their own. Mark says, reboot? Could be. Reboot what?
I think you're talking about the show Reboot, the movie.
No, I don't know.
Or I remember a cartoon or something of Reboot.
Kevin Bernard's here. What's up, Kevin? Nice to see you, buddy. We're strolling down memory lane talking about old TV shows and stuff.
Hi, Kevin.
Kevin says, hello, everybody. Nice to see you, Kev.
$9.51 Nugget says Gil Gerard.
Gillard. Gil Gillard. I don't know that reference.
I don't either.
And his dog Pokey, says Aaron. I don't know who that is. Amy says, hi, Pop Bernard. Aaron says, Doug and Recess was my show. I don't know what that is.
I don't remember that one either.
And Judy says, hey, Kevin.
I got the feeling that Mark and Aaron are probably, 15 years younger or so than us?
Probably, yeah. Amy says Eddie Murphy is Gumby. Yes. And Eddie Murphy is Buckwheat. Does anybody know who Buckwheat is?
Alfalfa.
I watched Alfalfa on TV. So
Yeah, I remember Alfalfa.
And Mark says, Recess. Oh, my. Yes, LOL. I never saw that. Aaron says, Heathcliff. That was a pretty good cartoon. Yeah, but I liked the Catalytic Cats. And if you don't know what that is, look it up.
Yes, Aaron, and Garfield.
And John says, Top Cat. Yes, Top Cat. Aaron says, I watched all the Recess, Mark. I don't know what that is, though. Amy says, Jim Davis has retired. He's not writing Garfield anymore. Wow. That's sad. Kevin says, Little Rascals. Yeah. I identified as Froggy. Yeah. Amanda says,
I saw that, Amy.
Mark says, same. I'd be watching for it to come on, LOL. Anybody remember a show called Gargoyles?
Yep.
That was actually a very good show. Surprised it didn't last. Mark says, when did he retire? That's sad. Apparently, recently. Mark says, Rugrats. Come on now. That's 90s kid stuff. Aaron says, Whoopin' Pa Nub. LOL. I don't know what that is either.
I don't know what that is.
The Land Before Time, says Amy. I remember The Land Before Time and what were they called? Fleabacks? What were they?
No, I don't remember.
I can't remember what the bad guys were called. Sleebacks? Something like that. Mabel says, Maddie, call me. Mark says, those were great movies, Amy. The movies with Will Ferrell? Yeah, no. No, you need to watch the TV show, Land Before Time. The Twilight Zone was a good TV show. Very good. Debbie says, Gumby and his horse Pokey. Oh. Madison says, of course, Mabel. John says, Captain Caveman.
Oh, wow.
Aaron says, that looked like a damn dog. What did? Captain Caveman? Mighty Mouse, here I come to save the day. Popeye the Sailor Man. I watched all that. The Brady Bunch and Little House on the Prairie, says Amy. The Waltons, Grizzly Adams, the Dukes of Hazzard. We're talking my childhood now. Golden Girls, MASH, Magnum P.I. Look at this mustache.
Married with Children.
Again, 90s stuff. Mark says Reboot was a TV show in the 80s or 90s. It was a great show in my very young years.
Yeah, very young. 80 to 90, very young years, and he's 26.
Did you watch iCarly too?
and the Teletubbies?
I wouldn't let my kids watch Teletubbies. I wouldn't play that in my house. They gave me the heebie-jeebies. Mark says, Amy, I only know those because the adults around loved them. The greatest American hero. Believe it or not, I'm flying on air. And MacGyver, yep. I watched all that. Aaron says RoboCop.
Yeah.
Yep. I use RoboCop as an example of what movies should be like. Because I saw RoboCop in the theaters once when I was 14 years old. And I can recite almost every line from that movie. It incited magic in my mind. You know, I could call it up and think about it and mull it over, and I was amazed by its humor and its wit. I watched the new Indiana Jones movie in the theater, And while the credits were rolling, I had forgotten what the movie was about. That's the difference. John says, Gil Gallard was Buck Rogers. Got it. Understood. I guess that's why I didn't recognize the name. Amy says, Knight Rider. Yep.
Yes. Kit.
Mark says, I'm 26 years old here. I know.
Baby.
I know.
Still wet behind the ears.
Aaron says, The Real Jeopardy. Yes, with Alex Trebek. I remember that.
Yes, Amy. Matlock, 18, Magnum PI, and one I couldn't remember, and Jake said it.
Simon and Simon.
Simon and Simon.
I love Simon and Simon. Mark says, Jeopardy's always on after the Wheel of Fortune. Yep. I'm pretty good at Jeopardy, too. Judy says, wow, Mark, my granddaughter is older than you. Aaron says, when Alex died, I knew it was over, and they ruined it. Yes, they did. Madison says, hey, I loved Rugrats. Yeah. I did not. And Mark says, right, Madison, I just got called out. Yes, Kevin, Dragnet. Dum, 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 dum.
I had that on my CB.
Y'all see that Dragnet movie with Dan Aykroyd? Man, that's good. And Tom Hanks? Very good. I used to love Dragnet and Get Smart and Mission Impossible, which incidentally was filmed right across the hall from where Star Trek was being filmed in Desilu Studios. And if you'll watch both of those shows, they have characters that go in between the shows. You can tell that they'd like do favors for each other. Amanda says,
are you 10:01?
10.
Hold on, I'm at 10:01. I'm trying to get back there. And Dukes of Hazzard. I love Knight Rider.
Nope.
Hold on.
One back. Kit cars.
Oh, I have 2 kit cars on my dresser right now. I love Knight Rider.
Michael.
No, Kit is the name of the car.
I know. And he says, Michael.
Oh, Michael Knight, yeah.
And the Dukes of Hazzard.
And the Dukes of Hazzard.
I got a Dukes of Hazzard duvet.
You have a Dukes of Hazzard bed set.
That's what I'm saying.
More than just a duvet.
Amy says the animated series Land Before Time with Littlefoot. I don't think I ever saw that one.
You've never seen?
Mark says Animaniacs. No. Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote.
Yes.
Tom and Jerry.
Yes.
Bugs Bunny. Daffy Duck. Damn the Animaniacs. Kevin says Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. Yes, I am Wile E. Coyote.
Aaron says legendary.
The Three Stooges, says Amy.
Yes.
Rocky and Bullwinkle, says Aaron.
Mark, I have a son older than you, LOL. Oh my God, Amy. Yes, Larry, Moe, and Curly.
Hey, Rocky.
Their movie was pretty funny too. 10:02.
I'm watching
Oh.
Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner Hour. Amen. I love me some Roadrunner.
Meep, meep.
Amy says, both my kids. Then my chat jumped. Hang on. Where'd it go?
10:02.
Both my kids are older than Mark, says Amy. Mark says, I wasn't allowed Teletubbies, LOL. Smart parents. And there was a thing called Teletoon Retro, and it played all the old classics. That's the way you raise a kid right there. on the old stuff. The new stuff is garbage. And it gets worse the newer you get.
It's funny because the old stuff didn't have to say a word, and you were cracking up and knew exactly what was happening.
Yeah, and it was violent, but in the best way. And kids today talk about Tom and Jerry being violent. I love Tom and Jerry, and never once did I think about hitting anybody with a frying pan or anything like that. I mean, Roadrunner, Coyote killed himself on a regular basis.
Right. Blew himself up.
I never thought about strapping myself to a stick of dynamite. What the hell are these people thinking?
Or jumping off of a mountain.
Yeah. Hold up my sign. Oops.
Kicking a rock out from under you.
I miss those cartoons. Judy says, my granddaughter is older than Mark.
Oh, wow.
Mark says, Amanda, maybe I'm out of place, but it's fun here. You're not out of place. You're in the right spot, buddy. We're just giving you a hard time.
We got some here that are younger than you, so don't feel bad. Roadrunner, the best cartoon ever. Jake and I were just watching it a little while back.
Shoot, I love the Roadrunner.
Yeah. It played all day one weekend here. We just laid in bed and watched it.
Amy says, Demolition Man is one of my favorites.
Demolition Man, the movie?
Yeah, with Rocky.
Yep.
What's his name?
Sylvester Stallone. That was the first movie I ever saw. I'll say this further down, but that was the first movie I ever saw in theaters on my first date, as you call it. I was like 12, maybe 11.
Hey. And Judy says, never, Mark. Madison says, Married with Children was late 80s. Ahem. And again, I loved it. My dad would watch all of the time. I know. I remember when it came out. I remember when UPN was formed. And, let's see, what was it? Married with Children was the flagship show for when it first came out. And then,
Cheers.
Then they had a renegotiation later on, and then Enterprise was made for UPN. No, it was Voyager that was made for UPN. Yeah, the flagship show. But first it was Married with Children.
Yep, I remember Well, I watched it too because my dad and mom watched it. But my dad reminded me so much of Al Bundy in that show. Even all the way down to sleeping in the recliner with his hand in the front of his pants.
Yeah. Amy says, The Simpsons. I remember when The Simpsons was a 10-second or 15-second skit on the Tracy Ullman show.
I never let my kids watch The Simpsons.
How about that for old?
I didn't
Anybody
let them
know who Tracy Ullman is?
I do. I didn't let them watch Simpsons, South Park, none of that.
I let my kids watch Family Guy.
I didn't let them watch that either. They couldn't watch Simpsons, South Park, Family Guy, and what's the other one? Frank Hill?
King of the Hill?
King of the Hill.
Weirdo.
Nope.
Aaron says, I watch Nick at Night to see Cheers, Empty Nest.
You can skip that one. I already said that.
Aaron says, Doug with mayonnaise, Patty, and Recess had the kids that always went out for went out for recess, and they were always sneaking around. What's that show with the little weird kid that's got a hoodie on, but it's got ears, and he has a sword and a dog that looks like he's melting? It's a really weird show. And they go into some kind of other dimension. My kid loved that show, and I was like, I would have never watched this. It was garbage. Aaron says, I'm 44. Me too.
Me too.
Couple times.
Mark, you're always welcome here. We have a few your age and some younger.
That's right. Aaron says, I used to watch Marmaduke. Marmaduke. There's an R in there. Marmaduke. And read the comics with my grandmother. Yes. Amy says, I'll be 54 next summer. Me too. Couple times. Hee Haw, says Amy. Hee Haw was a great show. I love that show. You mean 45, says Aaron. And Judy says, older than dirt here. Right. I remember when they invented dirt, if that makes any difference. Kevin says Mutual of Omaha, Wild Kingdom. Wow. Aaron says that was great gargoyles. It was. It was a good show. Mabel says, I'm 24. I may be one of the youngest regulars. I mean, other than Hannah. Right on. Ain't nothing wrong with being young. I was there once. Bursting at the seams and bouncing off the walls and chomping at the bit. Every other epitaph. Aaron says the 90s will make Jake's chat jump. Hang on. I hate it when I focus on something and then my chat jumps. Where did it go? Aaron says the 90s show Batman, the animated series, was good too, surprisingly. Actually, it was. I saw the movie of the animated series. I didn't watch the show, but I saw the movie that they made. It was actually surprisingly good. And Mark says, phew, I'm not the only one. No. I have a rather eclectic bunch here, Mark. It's all good. Amy says, Beverly Hillbillies, come and listen to my story about a man named Jed. A poor mountaineer barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at a shoe. Up from the ground come a bubbling crude. Oil, that is. Texas tea. Black gold. Bugs Bunny. Nips the nips, says Kevin. Bugs Bunny, the first gay cartoon. Openly gay. First transsexual cartoon. Nah. What's up, Doc? John says Doctor Who, one of the longest TV series in Britain. Yes. And they've ruined it. I hate to say that, John. They've ruined it. The BBC is garbage. I'm sorry. They didn't used to be. I used to love the BBC. The BBC! But not anymore. You're joining us now on the BBC. I don't know what the hell they got into, but they are not the BBC anymore. And Doctor Who, dead. It's dead to me. It's dead, Jim. Thank you. Whew. Aaron says something is Eddie Murphy as Buckwheat, and he sung that song, Whoopin' Paw Nub on Saturday Night Live. Yep. Eddie Murphy. Okay, Buckwheat. The song. I got it now. Amy says, I like Doctor Who until he came back as a chick. What's the guy's name is Chinball that wrote that took over as a showrunner. Chinball, I think that's his name, or maybe that's the way he looks. I can't remember. Anyway, he ruined it. Amy says the best episode of Doctor Who was the Weeping Angels. Aaron says Quantum Leap. Now you're talking. Quantum Leap. Great show. Bill Bennett says, hello, fam. Happy Friday. Hey, Bill. Nice to see you, brother. Judy says, hey, Bill. And John says, Doctor Who, black and white were the best. Yes. That was back when it had integrity and it was a good show. Madison says, I watched Tom and Jerry and once hit my sister with a frying pan, but it was because I was 12 and she was being a bitch, and I'm not at all. Yeah, and it's not at all relevant to Tom and Jerry. Right.
Bill.
Well, she probably had it coming. But, yeah. All the criticisms about the violence of the TV shows from our era, I think it's unfounded. I don't think that matters at all. Debbie says, I just did the math, and I have underwear older than Mark. I just did the math, and I don't wear underwear. Aaron says Madison, Tom, and Jerry, and Epic are epic. Yes, Tom and Jerry are epic. I think that's probably my favorite show cartoon of all times, Tom and Jerry. It's a toss-up between Tom and Jerry and the Roadrunner.
I like Tweety Bird and Sylvester, too.
Yeah, I like them too, but they're not my favorite.
No.
I mean, I like them. That's something you watch while you're waiting to get to the next Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
But Sylvester the cat, that bulldog that's always eating him up. And Mark says, R.I.P., let them retire. I agree. Kevin says, Debbie, you should probably change them soon, those underwear.
Well, you're in the basement. Hide them from her.
Mabel says, inside thoughts sometimes become outside thoughts. Amen. Amy says, Smiley. Aaron says, Three's Company, come and knock on my door. Steve's waiting for you. Oh, yeah. John says, Wacky Racers with Dick Darsley. What about Dirk Gently? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
If you don't know what Dirk Gently is, you need to watch Dirk Gently immediately, and the old one, not the new one.
Yes, you had me watch that.
And you loved it.
Yes.
It's like Sherlock Holmes if he had no talent and didn't give a shit about what was going on, but wanted to get paid. It's wonderful. Kevin says, Ren and Stimpy. Yes. Aaron says, Highlander, the series. Come on, man.
We just watched that.
You're my friend. No, we did not.
The movie.
We watched the movie, Highlander. There can be only one. Highlander, the series.
That's what.
Have you seen Highlander, the movie?
If you watch the movie, you'll never watch the series.
Yeah. Amy says, Highlander, yes. No. The movie. Not the second movie, the first movie. There shouldn't be a second movie. I don't know what the hell they were smoking in the 80s, but they ruined it. They went the wrong direction.
They was on that good shit.
But that first Highlander movie, magnificent. It's right up there with Braveheart. And then they went aliens, and they shouldn't have done that. And they know they shouldn't have done that. They've talked about it openly. Aaron says, Stimpy, you idiot. LOL. Kevin says, Abbott and Costello. Who's on first? Amy says, Highlander is on right after Star Trek on IFC channel. Really? I'd watch Star Trek.
We've got Prime. We can go watch it again.
Aaron says, Amanda, there can be only one. Yes. And his name is not Aaron Paul or whatever that guy's name is. What's the guy's name? I can't remember his name now.
I don't know.
The French guy. That would have been cool if I could remember his name, but I botched it. And John says, I know her, Tracy Ullman. She's a British comic. Yes. And that's where The Simpsons got its start. She had a show in America, came on like Saturday Night Live. It was a sketch comedy show. And one of the segments in the middle of the show was like 30 seconds long or 20 seconds long, cartoon, hand-drawn. And it was The Simpsons. And everybody loved it so much that it got bought and they made a show out of it. Amanda says Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can dig that. But you wouldn't let them watch King of the Hill, though.
They didn't watch Beavis and Butthead neither. That was our show. It came on after they were in bed.
You know King of the Hill came from Beavis and Butthead, right?
Okay, well, they weren't watching it.
Why are those kids whacking off in my tool shed? That's Hank Hill.
I know that. And what made me not let them watch, one of the things that made me not let them watch The Simpsons was when Homer Simpson was talking about smoking moon rock.
I don't know about all that. Debbie says, Kevin, they are on the religious side of the drawer. You mean there's holes in all of them? They're holy? Bill Bennett says, Fraggle Rock. Yes, we've covered Fraggle Rock.
Yeah, we covered that too, Aaron.
Kung Julio. What was the other one? Somebody help me out. I'm reaching way back here. It was a dog. Chinese dog with buck teeth. Come on. Something like Kung Julio, but that wasn't it. But if you're talking about Beavis and Butthead there, it's not Kung Julio, it's Cornholio. You know what cornhole is? It's a game. See if I can. It's like horseshoe, but it's played with a bag full of dirt, and there's a hole in a platform over there, and you got to throw the bag into the hole. It's called cornhole. And I am Cornholio
Hong Kong
is where
Phooey.
that comes from. Hong Kong Phooey. That's the thing I'm thinking of. Yeah, Hong Kong Phooey. Amy says, Ward, I think you were a little hard on the beaver last night. I bet you were hard on that beaver.
Knocked the back out of it.
The 70s, when you could say double entendre dirty things right in national TV and nobody got it. Like, what was that show? My Unusual Dads, or what was it?
My Three Dads.
No. Not that one. Go back further. Uncomfortable Strangers. I can't remember what it's called. Somebody help me out here.
I don't
Two
know.
dudes live together. Something Strangers or can't remember what it's called. Anyway, the moral of the story is they were gay, but nobody could say that on national TV, so they called it something else. Odd Couple. That's it. The Odd Couple.
So I was gonna say Stranger Things.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, The Odd Couple. The Odd Couple. Yes, they were gay. So were Bert and Ernie, by the way. Just so you know, going on Sesame Street. Just so you know, Bert and Ernie were sleeping in the bed together. They just pulled the beds apart when people looked in with the camera. Hey, Bert? You didn't think it was odd that you were always in their bedroom and they were in bed? Kevin smiles. Amy says, Mutual of Omaha. Poor Jim. He was one wrestling with the animals. Is that guy that had diabetes? No, that's our house. Never mind. It's a very, very, very fine house. Debbie says, anyone remember having to watch the Lawrence Welk show? Yeah. I know who Lawrence Welk show is. Only surpassed by the great Johnny Carson. And I still remember the days of Johnny Carson when it came on every night and how odd it was when he left and everything was just weird. But now this guy, Jay Leno, who the hell is this big-headed fellow on TV that ain't Johnny Carson? I remember those days. And then I remember the days with David Letterman and Conan O'Brien took his place for a week and then got fired. And here comes Jay Leno again. And I'm like, what the hell? And then Craig Ferguson, it's a great day for America, everybody. Yes, it was a lovely time. I grew up watching TV. Congratulations. Yes, we get it. You've seen television. Okay, moving on.
Look at you knocking things off.
DuckTales. Woohoo. Yes, Darkwing Duck. There you go. Aaron, you nailed it. Darkwing Duck is one of my favorite cartoons. Johnny Quest. Anybody? John says, in Britain, we had a problem called Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Man. Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men. I don't think I've heard that one. Benny Hill, says Amy. Anyway, the Benny Hill Show. Yes, Kevin. Aaron says, John, did you ever watch Whales and Gromit? Is that what that's called? I know the Gromit, but I thought it was something else. Whales and Gromit? I must be thinking of something else. Is there another cartoon with two guys and one's called Gromit?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm thinking of crossing that in my mind with Ratchet and Clank. I don't know. Banned Benny Hill, says John. They banned Benny Hill. It's because he was racy. He's a pervert. He's probably hanging out with Jimmy Savile. Prince Charles or whatever his name is. Kevin says, Matt have choked Artie. But I ain't gonna choke Stammy. I don't get that reference. Matt have choked Artie. But I ain't gonna choke Stammy.
I don't know.
I don't get that one. Debbie says, my favorite character on Saturday Night Live was Fire Marshal Bill. I can't do the face. Sorry. That's Jim Carrey. That's the best I could do.
All right, Aaron.
Aaron says, Fire Marshal Bill here. LOL. And Homie the Clown. Now that I can do. Homie don't play that. Matter of fact, I said that a week ago, and Aaron was like, I heard that. I know what you did there. I saw what you did there.
Who did Nugget? Ban Benny, but I figured it out.
Britain did.
BBC.
Yeah, the BBC. I don't know why they do that. Why do they do that, John? Is that do they teach that in Britain school? And John says, Aaron, sponge was their favorite food. Cheese was their favorite food. Aaron says, in Living Color, Home Alone, Michael Jackson was funny. I don't think I saw that one. I used to watch In Living Color when it came on, but I don't think I saw Michael Jackson on there. I had to go look that up. Amanda, put that down for looking up later.
SNL, Michael Jackson?
No.
What?
In Living Color, Michael Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Which, in my opinion, is better than SNL. It just was. It was like SNL without training wheels. And John says, Amanda, the BBC banned him because he was too naughty. I think I remember when that happened, actually. Aaron says, Bob Burgers. I know who Bob the Builder is. I don't know who Bob Burgers is. Amanda?
Oh, well, damn. LOL.
Madison says, I was fortunate enough to be a late 90s baby, so I grew up watching Bugs Bunny and Tom and Jerry before the cancel culture started. And I still believe true cancel culture started with these cartoons.
Agreed, Madison.
You mean they started cancel culture canceling those cartoons for being too violent?
Yeah.
Probably so, yeah. Highlander with Sean Connery. Yes. Yes. Sean Connery. Sounds like a party, pity I wasn't invited. Juan Villalobos. Has a name that long, but I can only remember those two. And the other guy. What's the guy's name? I can't think of his name.
Adrian Paul.
No, that's the cheap fake. The guy from the movie. The French guy. He didn't speak a lick of English, but somehow he pulled it off. He's been in quite a few other movies, too.
Clancy Brown?
No, that was the Gurgan. It's better to fade out than to fade away. Better to die out than fade away. Whatever he said.
Ian Redden?
No. Come on, man. He's the star of the show. Highlander cast.
I'm looking at it.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. Nope, not him. But if a good Jean-Claude Van Damme movie is Bloodsport. Best movie ever. Psst.
Christopher Lambert.
Christopher Lambert. Christopher Lambert is the only one. There can be only one. Amy says Adrian Paul. No, not Adrian Paul. Christopher Lambert. The A-Team, yes. King of the stock footage. They used the same shot like 128 times in that series of the Jeep jumping over the hill. They used it in every show. And B.A. Baracus with the blowtorch, even if what they were building didn't require a blowtorch, he had one for some reason. Madison says, hang on.
1022.
It's the very moment people forgot what comedy was. Satire, dry humor, dark humor. People are so sensitive these days, and I grew up watching the transition in real time. It's wild. Exactly. I wasn't growing up and during that time, but I had already grown up. I started working very early, so I kind of grew up in childhood. Like, I don't really think I had a childhood. I just went from being a baby to being a man. So I was already in the world at that time, and I saw it too. But it's always struck me as odd, like the next generation, how they reacted to the things that we went through. What are you talking about? Sticks and stones, remember that? They don't. And Aaron says, Jake, I used to love the BBC. Me too. Back when they would put on real documentaries, and it seemed like, out of all the TV, it seemed like that was the intelligent place to go look at something. Like if you needed news, you'd go to the BBC because they knew what they were doing. And then they started acting like the Daily Mail. I don't know. Amy says, Christopher Lambert. Yes, that guy. Kevin says, Mr. Rebody? No. Aaron says, yeah, Amy, you got it. Yeah, Christopher Lambert. That's the guy I was thinking of. Kevin says, Peabody. Mr. Peabody. Yes, I remember Mr. Peabody. Sure do. Amy says, Hong Kong Phooey. The Chinese dog. Yep, or Japanese dog. Chinese? I don't remember.
Chinese.
Not even important. It was just cool. John says, Aaron in the 80s was good, but now it's trash. We must be still talking about Doctor Who. Yes. Or the BBC. Aaron says, facts, John. I never got into that Touched by an Angel show. Oh, I used to love that. What was her name? Roma Downey, is that right? Roma Downey, yeah. I used to love that show, Touched by an Angel.
Yep, that one.
It's a spiritual successor to that Michael Landon show. What was it called? Stairway to Heaven? I can't remember.
I think so.
Yeah, Stairway to Heaven. Spiritual successor. Anyway, same vibe. Michael Landon's show where he was an angel, and then this show, Touched by an Angel. And I think they were trying to recreate that magic because that was a big show back in the 80s. Bigger than Dallas. I mean, come on. And I think it was called Stairway to Heaven.
It is.
And, but when she would reveal that she was an angel, I'm an angel. I always cried every time. I love that show. Young Riders was good, says Aaron. I don't know if I know that show. Kevin's like, The Odd Couple. That's the one. Gay. Amy says, Kevin guessed it. Norm Macdonald. Genius. Best comedian ever. King of the meandering plot. This guy would tell you a story that is 20 minutes long to give you the corniest punchline that you should have heard coming from the beginning but didn't because he was so captivating. Norm Macdonald is a genius and very smart, very well read. He was very philosophical. Like he understood the human language, you know, the language of people. He understood psychology. Very smart guy. It's a shame we lost him. He was a Canadian comedian, and not too many of those are very funny, but he was very funny. Anyway, he loved double entendres, yes. And he would do Saturday Night Live news skits, Weekend Update, with double entendres all the time. So funny. And they fired him because he would not stop calling O.J. Simpson a murderer. He wouldn't stop. And he wouldn't stop with Bill Clinton either. And, you know, Saturday Night Live is real left-wing, real Democrat. And that's just when they were getting into all of that. Because used to, they made fun of everybody. Back in the old days, back when I was a kid, you couldn't tell what somebody's politics were because they made fun of everybody, right? Now, it's all left-wing, and it's maddening to watch because they killed comedy. They ruined it. But he may be the only real comic that was left on Saturday Night Live, and they fired him for being funny. And he was funny, undeniably funny. Go back. If you can tolerate listening to him talk, he had a strange voice. It's very hard to listen to if you're an American. But if you can tolerate his voice, go watch Norm Macdonald. He's the funniest guy you'll ever listen to. I love his comedy. Aaron says, my favorite Tom and Jerry episode is the one where there's three musketeers and the little mouse keeps going, touch Mr. Pussycat.
Touche, Mr. Pussycat.
I know it. I know. Touche, Mr. Pussycat. Kevin says, Felix, are tuna sandwiches supposed to be crunchy? Felix the cat. Amy says, yes, Aaron, the cousin baby mouse. I love that episode. I like the Tom and Jerry where he's Sherlock Holmes. You guessed it. I'm a Sherlock Holmes buff. I even picked locks as a hobby. Aaron says, what was the show called that Burt Reynolds was in? I wasn't into him, but people loved that show, and it had like that car. I can't remember. That car was like, I think it was a T-Bird. You're talking about eastbound and down and slowing down to get there.
Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit.
Which, ironically,
get that sumbitch.
Ironically, was filmed in Florida.
Yeah. Smokey and the Bandit. That wasn't a TV show. That was a movie.
A couple of movies.
Yeah, a couple of movies. Amy says, rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. Yes, that we lost a great comedian. Mm-hmm. John says, the Voodoo Icon Show. I don't know what that is. Aaron says, that's what I mean, the movie. You got it. Filmed in Florida. Kevin says, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. What does an African swallow weigh? Help, I'm being repressed. King, I didn't vote for you. What is your favorite color? What is the capital of Assyria? Madison says, yes, Amy, I loved his comedy. He was a legend. Yes, he was. Right turn, Clyde. Clint Eastwood. Aaron says, the one where he says they can be only one. That's the only one I ever seen. I didn't know it was a series and a movie, but that's the one I mean is the movie. Okay, well, the movie it's the first movie is called Highlander, and it has no subtitles, just Highlander. And then there was a TV series in the 80s, or in the 90s rather, with a guy with a ponytail, and he looked much smoother than Christopher Lambert, who looked rugged. And it was like a cross between Braveheart and whatever Highlander was. It looked very Braveheart. Matter of fact, Braveheart took a lot of visual cues from the Highlander. And that's the movie. That's the great one. The TV show, it's okay, but it's not as good as the movie. Amy says all of the Monty Python movies. Yes, I love Monty Python. Kevin says artichoke. Artichoke. Wallace and Gromit. That's what it is. That sounds right. The other one didn't. Maybe I read it wrong. I probably read it wrong. Madison says the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail. Vicious, pointy teeth. Prepare to die. Kevin says, may have choked Artie, but it ain't gonna choke Stymie. Got it. Artichoke. Got it. Amy says, runs along behind Arthur clapping coconuts together. Because he can't afford horses. They don't have the budget for that. Kevin says, smiley, smiley, smiley. We are the knights who say knee. It's only a flesh wound. I've got you right where I want you. Stand still, so that I may brain thee. Aaron says, I've never been able to watch Monty Python. Why? Because you don't like it, or because you haven't had a chance to watch it? If so, I will see to it that you get to watch Monty Python. It's a great movie. It's a little dated. Like, you have to put yourself back in time to watch it. It's a little slow and a little bit 70s. But if you can look past that and just get the humor, it's great. Amy says Bob's Burger. Now that's a new animated show. Or that's a new animated show. Bob's Burgers? I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, it's a mix between Hank Hill and the other one that you like.
That I like?
Yeah,
Family Guy?
yes. Yes.
There's only one Family Guy, and that was about 7 seasons back.
I know that's what Bob Burgers is.
Okay. Kevin says Jean-Claude Van Damme, Bloodsport, or Hardcore. I think that wasn't it. The one where he plays a Louisiana cop. Hard Target, maybe, something like that. Something hard. Van Damme, the guy that can do splits. Aaron says, I'm good at the game. I'm good at that game. What game?
Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Is that a game?
Or I think Bob Burger. I don't know.
I don't either. What game are you talking about?
Mm.
Amy says, Christopher Lambert. That's the guy. Madison says, did you know they actually had real horses in the script, but they... Hold on, my chat jumped. Did you know...
1034.
that they actually had real horses in the script, but they couldn't afford it in the budget. So instead, they leaned into the joke and used coconuts. Yeah. Context, Holy Grail. Got it? Yes, yes. They didn't have the budget for it. Kevin says, smiley, smiley, smiley. Aaron says, the ads are giving me a whooping. I'm sorry, buddy. I got to make a living somehow, man. I'm starving to death out here. It's hard out here for a pimp. You know what I'm saying? Amy says, 25 minutes to vacation. Yes.
Woohoo, Amy.
Aaron says, finally, back.
Now it's 12 minutes to vacation.
Bill Bennett says, good night, Untethered Live family. God bless you all. See, you guys are awesome. Bill, thank you, buddy. God bless you, man.
Night, Bill.
Amanda says, night, Bill. John says, the man from Atlantis with Bobby Ewan out of Dallas. Oh, yeah, yeah. The mermaid guy. Was swimming like that? Yeah. Old Bobby Ewan. Dallas. That was a great TV show back in the day. I love that theme song. And then they came out with Dynasty. Like soap operas for rich people. But does anybody remember the Dark Towers? Judy says, bye, Bill. And Aaron says, Jerry Lewis used to take over TV with that money-thon. Oh, yeah.
Jerry Lewis-thon or... Yep.
Oh, yeah, I've watched many of those.
Jerry Lee Lewis telethons.
Making money.
He made a killing, though.
Yeah.
And put it all right back into the community.
Highway to Heaven. That's the name of the show, Debbie. Thank you. Highway to Heaven. The Incredible Mr. Limpkin, says Amy. I don't know if I've seen that one. Kevin says the gods must be crazy. Hard to find, but funny. I don't think I've seen that either. The Life of Brian. That's funny. The BBC died when they got rid of Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear. It seemed redundant, but honestly, one of their biggest downfalls. I agree, 100%. Madison. They died in that period for sure. I don't know if that was the thing that did it, but they definitely died. They're not the BBC anymore. Aaron says The Incredible Hulk with Lou Ferrigno. Yes. Don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. Amy says, Limpkin, lip it. I don't know what that is. But I know where the beef is. Where's the beef? Wallace and Gromit, says Aaron. That's it. Aaron says, I know that movie, Kevin. The Gods Must Be Crazy. Is that got Dom DeLuise in it? John says, that's it, Aaron. You sure you're not British? Aaron says, I might be. You never know about a fella. Amy says, I taught a putty tat. I did taught a putty tat. Remember Pepe Le Pew, the rapey skunk? Try that on a modern audience.
Yeah, right.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Take that for offended.
No don't mean no, it means oui, oui. Je t'adore. Je te window, I don't care. Aaron says, context. The cartoon with the pink hat is Bob's Burgers. What about the Pink Panther? Boodum, 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 doodle-doodle. Ba-do-ba-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I love that shit. Aaron says Amy said his name. Lipkin? Lip. Gold star, Amy, says Aaron. Madison says, yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons I loved Norm. Nothing was off limits, and he was incredibly clever, very witty, never missed a beat, and I loved when he went on The View and still didn't hold back. Oh, yeah, they were trying to shut him up, and he still kept talking. I remember that. I saw that episode. John says, Rob Roy was a good film. Oh, my God. Rob Roy was only seconded by The English Patient. Madison says he made a jab at Bill Clinton, and one of the View hosts, Joy Behar, tried to shut him down. Except I think it wasn't Joy Behar. It was the one that did the 60 Minutes interviews with the lisp.
Sonny?
No, further back. Barbara Walters.
Oh.
Barbara Walters shut him down. And he went, what? I thought it was common knowledge. And he kept drilling into it. Yeah, he kept calling him a rapist and a murderer. Oh, yeah. Amy says, Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Princess Bride. Kevin says, King Arthur with Clive Owen. I've seen that movie. It was a good movie. Amy says, King of the Hill. Propane and propane accessories. Melrose Place. 90210. Oh, my God.
1047 is where you're at, by the way.
Thank you.
Aaron's comment.
Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. I like that show. That was Catherine Catherine Mulgrew, the one that played Janeway. On Star Trek Voyager.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Based on a Sean Connery movie called The Medicine Man. Mm-hmm. I made that connection. Nobody else did. Remember that. Madison says, Mabel, I am going to come over tomorrow and we will watch Monty Python with Hannah. Oh, yes. I think that'd be a great idea. If she likes good humor.
House and ER.
Yep. House. I am the living house.
Yes, I know.
That character was, somebody knew me when they wrote that character, is all I can say. He's so much like me, it's not even funny. And Mabel says, okay, Madison. And Judy says, loved ER. I didn't care for ER, but I loved House.
Loved ER. I've seen every episode.
And Doogie Howser.
Yep.
Aaron nailed it. Doogie Howser. Chips with Erica Estrada.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, Amy.
I watched that when I was a kid.
So did I.
It seemed to be the thing that was on TV right before Simon and Simon.
Uh-huh.
Or right after Simon and Simon. I can't remember which. Kevin says Dog Day Afternoon, right?
Me too, Judy. I've seen every episode.
Starsky and Hutch. The original, says John. I watched that a few times. I wasn't really into Starsky and Hutch that much. John says, yeah, I remember Dark Towers. Yes, Dark Towers was a great dark comedy. Aaron says, Wonder Years. Boy Meets World. Both brothers. I hear you. I watched, what's the one with Kirk Cameron? That wasn't All in the Family. What was it? Michael J. Fox.
Full House.
No. I don't remember what it was called. The Cleavers. Meet the Cleavers.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't the name of it. That was the name of the family.
The name of the show was Family Ties.
Family Ties. That's it. In the Heat of the Night with Carol O'Connor. Amy, yes.
90210 and yes, Amy.
In the Heat of the Night, and then NYPD Blue. Both great shows. Real must-see TV in action. That was the predecessor to the mob show that everybody liked. Can't think of the name of it right now. Sopranos. They were the spiritual successor to those shows, which led into Breaking Bad and Walking Dead and things like that. Movies, TV shows that everybody gathers around to watch. And they missed an opportunity with Firefly.
Yep.
They had the next Star Trek in their hands. Fox had it. They owned it. And it was big. I mean, so big that they aired it one season out of order so that nobody knew what was going on, and that their advertising for it advertised it as a zany comedy. Wasn't. And yet, 25 years later, people are showing up at conventions calling themselves brown coats. 25 years later, they have sold CDs and DVDs this whole time off of one season of television, and they blew it. They canceled it after one season, and it would have been bigger than Star Trek. It would have lasted 50 years like Star Trek did or more, and they blew it. Whoever made that decision should have been fired a few times. What it is? What's up, buddy? He says, does anybody remember what it is? Hello to all you Untethered Live. That includes you, Jake, as well. Well, thank you, What It Is. How are you? And yes, I remember you quite well. Like from the other day. Amanda?
Sorry, I was typing. Hi, What It Is.
Aaron says, Melrose Place. Oh, my God. Amy says, howdy, What It Is. And Judy says, hey, What It Is. Kevin says, National Lampoon's Animal House.
That went with 90210, Aaron. It was 90210, then Melrose Place.
Yep. I remember those days when nothing else was on.
You used to hate it when I would watch those shows. Oh, God, can we watch something else?
Judy says, it. They all float down here. John says, the BBC died because of Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile. Yes. Yes, they did. Aaron says, yep. My sister obsessively watched both, Amanda. And Saved by the Bell.
I did too. LOL. Yes, Aaron.
I hated Saved by the Bell. Amy says, Don Knotts, the incredible Mr. Lippett. Oh, okay. I like Don Knotts. I remember him from the Andy Griffith Show and, you know, Three's Company, Mr. Roper. Nope, that wasn't Don Knotts. It was the next one. Mr. Roper was the first one, right? What was this character's name on Three's Company? I can't remember. Tom DeLuise, Fatso, says Kevin. Yep. Aaron says, LOL. Fresh Prince is classic still. Yes. They tried to remake that, and they made it woke and serious. Wasn't funny. Retarded. I could just hear the conversation around the table, though. We're going to make this fresh and new for the new generation, and they're going to love it. Can't mess with the good stuff. Amy says, good times, Dynamite. Yeah. I watched that when I was a kid, too. And the Jeffersons. What's happening? Yep. George and Wheezy, says Aaron. Yep.
Yes, Aaron. Up to his Press Prince of Bel-Air.
Right on. John says, back in the day, Faulty Towers was so funny in Britain. I never did watch Faulty Towers. I was aware of it, though. Aaron says, Sanford & Son is legendary, always part of my heart. Do you watch Sanford & Son? Are you old enough to have watched Sanford & Son? Because I watched it when it was on TV, and I loved it. I love Sanford & Son. That junkyard always got to me. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a junkyard guy. Really. Madison says, now I want to look up Bugs Bunny on YouTube and see if they have a playlist of episodes. They do.
Yes, they do. Me and Jake were just watching Roadrunner and stuff about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We watched it all weekend long. It just played cartoons the whole weekend.
Oh, yeah.
$10.52, Amy.
Amy says, yeah, poor Louise. George was always making fun of her asthma wheezy. This is a big one, Elizabeth. I'm coming for you. Kevin says, I'm coming, Elizabeth. Sanford & Son, says Amy. Aaron says, Madison, they have them on Tubi also. Tubi. Or not to be. Whichever you like. Amy says, love y'all. See you tomorrow. I'm driving home. Woot woot. Amy, I love you, sweetheart. See you next time.
Not Amy. Enjoy and rest some.
Yes, please rest.
At least a couple days.
Get that vacation on. John says, good night, Amy. Madison says, Aaron, I just found a bunch of playlists with hundreds of old episodes back to the 50s on YouTube. Yes.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Get you some Popeye while you're at it.
Yeah. Go ahead. Find it where it's got the mix of all of them, like Popeye and Looney or Wile E. Coyote and all of them.
Lionheart. That was a good movie, Aaron. There was 2 movies that were basically the same movie by Jean-Claude Van Damme. Lionheart was one of them, and I can't remember the other one, but it's basically the same movie. Might have been Legionnaires. Or Legionnaire, rather. Amy says, Dragonheart. Yeah. Dragonheart was a good movie, too. Not at all like Lionheart. Aaron says, cornhole context, the game. I'm good at it. Okay. Well, when you said Kung Julio or Kung Fuio or whatever you said, I wondered if that's what you were trying to say. I don't know that I was right, but anyway, Beavis and Butthead, when he does his arms like that, I need TV for me bungle. He's saying, I am the great Cornholio. Anyway, if that's what you were talking about. If not, then I retract that statement. Mabel says, I feel like Hannah gets her sense of humor from Vic, and he has spoken of Monty Python, so I'm sure she'll love it. I hope so. I think it's very witty, very upscale comedy, but it's in the guise of silliness, which is my favorite kind of comedy, like Spaceballs. If you don't know what Kafka is, you won't get the joke. Aaron says Lionheart was Van Damme. Yes.
Spaceballs is the shit, though.
Yes, it is. She's gone from suck to blow.
Or when they're sitting there, suck. I've been jammed.
Spaceballs. Oh, shit. There goes the planet.
I told you to never call me on this wall.
Kevin says Family Ties. Oh, yes, sir. Snotty beamed me twice last night. It was wonderful.
We're bad.
Hi, Marlene.
Hi, Darlene.
Hi, Charlene.
I'm Marlene.
Chew your gum. Debbie says, the Seavers, that's the one. where Michael met Tracy, his wife. Yes. Seavers. That's right. Wasn't that the same show that Michael J. Fox was on? Or am I remembering two different shows? Kirk Cameron was on, and I think Michael J. Fox was on the same show, wasn't he? That's also where Leonardo DiCaprio got his start. Oh, my God. Cagney and Lacey John. I watched that when I was a kid, too. Aaron says, LOL, Jake needs that microphone, main, hussy, and flow. I don't get it. Silver Spoons. I love that show. Yes. Little blonde-haired fella. I can't remember his name. Ricky. Ricky Schroeder. That's it. Ricky Schroeder. Love that show. They made that show based on the movie Toys with Richard Pryor. Aaron says, I remember watching Days of Our Lives with my mom as the stomach turns. Yes, so are the days of our lives. Stefano and Melina, says Aaron. I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
Amanda says,
My chat jumped. I'm trying to get back to it.
10:59.
Ooh, it jumped all the way to the bottom. Hold on. Oh my God, Amy. My mom was All My Children, One Life to Live in General Hospital.
Battlestar Galactica. Yes. Back in the day where everybody was trying to make the next Star Trek mixed with Star Wars. Aaron says, at Amanda, my mom didn't work, so I saw all of them. Right.
Yeah, mine didn't either.
There was a whole culture of girls that watched soaps.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a choice because Mom was watching them when I came in from
She
school.
was part of that culture. And they all did.
She was watching
You
them,
don't miss the soaps.
And that went along with In the Heat of the Night and all the other ones we were talking about earlier, the nighttime shows.
You're going to make me miss my soaps.
Yep. Yep, because Daddy was always on the road. Mama ran the TV.
Madison says, oh, my God, don't even, Aaron. I remember my aunt and grandma talking about Days of Our Lives. They were part of that culture, too.
Uh-huh.
And as a kid, I thought they were talking about actual people, and I was like, holy shit. Aaron says, I even know the Spanish on the Telenova channel.
Oh, wow.
Telemundo. I remember that. Those Spanish soap operas are the shit, though. They get naked and everything in them. Can't understand a word they're saying, but them women are hot. I remember those days. Telemundo.
That's like the late night 1-900 callers.
Oh, yeah. About midnight when they start running those commercials.
Uh-huh.
For a good time.
$27 a minute.
I'm just a lonely high school student. You want to talk?
Right. Yeah. You're a 60-year-old, 800-pound woman.
Mm-hmm. Judy says, bye, Amy. And Amy says, WKRP in Cincinnati. You see what I do for a living, right? It had an impact. That's all I can say. What it is says, remember the show? That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh, yeah. Also, Soap. Also, Three's Company, Happy Days, Dynasty, Dallas, Ripley's Believe It or Not. Oh, all of those, yes. Do you not understand the concept of reminiscing? We're not just naming every show we can think of. We watch these shows. We grew up watching them. These are parts of our lives. We're going down memory lane talking about the different things that we've experienced and the cultures that we grew up in and the differences between the two and all of that good stuff that's the real get-together Bondi type stuff. That's what we're doing. Welcome to the show. Good film, The Blob, says John.
Yeah. Roseanne.
Roseanne was a groundbreaking TV show. It really was. The very first Every Woman on TV. Even more so than Flo. Remember Flo from Mel's Diner?
Yeah.
Anybody?
There was another one we were talking about the other day. What was? Oh, Alf.
Before you get up for that final snack, I want you to know I'll be right back. Ah,
Right.
kill me. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Not the mama. Not the mama. Not the mama.
That's the dinosaur. Not the baby. Hi, the baby. Hi, the baby. Amy says, I'm waiting for my car to warm up. Maybe you should wait for it to get a personality, too. Aaron says, the man that skunk would have had so many charges in the modern day. The man that skunk would have had so many charges in the day. Probably. Although I don't know who the man that skunk was.
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew. Yeah. Man, that skunk. I got you. Man, that skunk. Yes. Yes, Pepe Le Pew. He would be offending everyone. Feminism would come unglued if that show was on TV right now.
Oh, I know one that we forgot. Actually, two. 21 Jump Street and Nash Bridges.
I used to watch 21 Jump Street. That's where Johnny Depp got his start. I watched Nash Bridges too, but I didn't care for it. That was Don Johnson, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I liked Miami Vice though with Don Johnson.
Mm.
Didn't care for Nash Bridges, but I used to like Jake and the Fat Man.
Yeah. What was that other one with
Matlock.
No, we already said that. He was a detective. Hunter.
Hunter.
T.J. Hunter.
T.J. Hooker?
No, Hunter. I think it was called Hunter.
Are you thinking about T.J. Hooker with T.J.?
No, we already said that one too. I think
T.J. Hooker was William Shatner's other show. Amy says Jack, played by John Ritter on Three's Company, Suzanne Summers, Chrissy, and Joyce DeWitt, Janet. Yes, I like their neighbor, the guy, the smarmy guy that was always, banging some chick and needed to borrow $20 or whatever.
What was it? Fred Dryer? Wasn't that Hunter?
I don't know. I don't remember a show called Hunter.
And he worked with a female. I think her name on the show was Dee Dee.
Don't know.
Oh, now I'm gonna go look it up. Yes, Fred Dryer was Sergeant Rick Hunter, and Stephanie Count Kramer was Dee Dee McCall.
Don't know that show.
Hunter.
Come and knock on my door. Aaron says, I don't know why I never liked Pink Panther. The cartoon or the movie? Do you know about Inspector Jacques Lister? Step in the name of the law. You know that guy? Aaron says, John Ritter was great. He was. Amy says, the Pink Panther died from mesothelioma. Because of the asbestos in the yeah, that's funny. For those of you that don't know, the stuff that you roll out in your ceiling, the insulation, the fiberglass insulation, causes mesothelioma, and it's called Pink Panther because it's pink. And that's a funny joke right there. That's grade A comedy. Thank you, Amy. Aaron says, what's that? Mesothelioma is little papules on your lungs that are cancerous. Amy says, okay, now I'm driving with Larry. Now I'm dancing with Larry. See y'all. Say hello to Larry for us. Mabel says, so we will watch Bugs Bunny as well, Maddie? Cleans. Cancer from asbestos, says Judy. Yes. Aaron says, Amy, tell Larry no thanks. No Thanksgiving for him, meaning stay away from the yams. Judy says, that's for Aaron. Aaron says, what's for me? The yams. Pay attention.
Or the cancer comment.
Oh, one of the two.
I think the cancer comment.
Madison says, yes, I'll pack a bag if you want. I can stay the night. Have a girls' weekend, and Hannah's friend can join us as well. Nice. John says, I'm going to say goodnight, everyone. Up the hospital again in a few hours to see my mom. Much love and bless you all. Well, take care of your mom, John, and God bless you, my friend. And tell her that we're all praying for her. I know she doesn't know who we are, but tell her there are people out there in the internet that are praying for her. And we love you and hope she gets better soon. Mabel says, this sounds lovely. It does. And Mabel says, good night, John. And Judy says, cancer from asbestos, mesothelioma. You were right.
I'm going to Canada for the girls' weekend party. LOL.
I hear you. Better get a pair of skis and some wings because I'm not driving up there. Who's the boss, says Aaron. I remember that. Tony Danza. Hold me closer, Tony Danza. Isn't that how that song goes?
No. I was like, wait.
Put the headlights on the highway.
No.
Lay me down in sheets of linen. Had a busy day today. Tony Danza. Judy says, bye, Nugget. Prayers for your mom. Mabel says, Amanda, yes, you can join us as well. Kevin says, justice for all, Al Pacino. Sin of a woman, Al Pacino. How about that? Hoo-wah. I love Al Pacino, especially in the early days. Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, come on. Say hello to my little friend. Mabel says, though it is much colder here than in Florida, so bring many coats. Kevin says, The Devil's Advocate. Yes, great movie. I'm a fan of man. Aaron says, Family Ties. Okay. So Family Ties, that's the one with Michael J. Fox, right? And is it also the one with Kirk Cameron? For some reason, those two shows are in my mind, and they may be the same show. I'm not sure.
Michael J. Fox. No, I don't see a Kirk Cameron in there.
He was on a show, too, just like that. Kirk Cameron, one of the brothers. His sister was on there, too. Candace Cameron.
Growing Pains.
Growing Pains. Okay, so Family Ties and Growing Pains, they're taking up the same place in my mind, but they're two different shows.
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, I'm remembering them both as the same show. Maybe it's because they are the same show metaphysically. But I like the Michael J. Fox character. He's the first Republican on TV, by the way, openly. Anyway. Madison says, woohoo, Jake, we're stealing your wife for the weekend, ℂ𝕟𝕣𝕣.
I'm in North Carolina now, Mabel, but that statement is still true. And yes, I used to live in Florida. I was born and raised in Florida, Mabel.
Aaron says Growing Pains and Family Ties, so it was two different shows. Thank you, Aaron. And Mabel says, oh, sorry. I just remember you mentioned you were from Florida at some point.
Yes.
Amanda. And Aaron says, chilling in Florida like a villain, or whatever that is. Is that a panda bear? Kevin says, grumpy old men, Walter Matthau. Yes. Was Pacino in that? Aaron says, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yes. Whoa. Excellent. Aaron says Jay and Silent Bob. Nope, not even the same ballpark. John says Santa Barbara. Yes, that was a show. Jack Tripper, says Aaron. Wasn't that a detective kind of guy? Oh, no, that was from Three's Company. You're right. Context. We don't claim the new Fresh Prince, says Aaron.
No.
Yeah, I know. I saw just the previews. I couldn't even watch the show. I wasn't even going to watch the show because the previews were like, nope, that's not the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Kevin says, Jaws. I think we need a bigger boat. Good movie. John says, Golden Girls. Yes. I hate to admit this, but I watched a lot of Golden Girls in Mama's house. My Mama's family.
All in the family.
No, Mama's family.
Oh. Wasn't that one, the one with the curly up gray-haired lady?
Yes.
What was the one with that that freaking voice?
Archie Bunker?
No, there was a woman.
Yeah, that's Mama's house. Big Mama's house. No, what? I can't remember. It's she's a singer in real life.
Oh, I can't stand her damn voice.
Valerie something or other.
No.
She played a character named Mama.
No, this one I'm thinking of played damn. I want to.
The one I'm talking about come from the Carol Burnett show, and it got its own spinoff and became a show. And I think it was called Mama's House.
That's the one
You're
I'm
talking
thinking
about
of,
Fran
Nanny.
Drescher.
I can't stand her.
That ain't nothing like what we're talking about.
I know. You're talking about Mama's family.
Fran Drescher's in the Fraser Crane territory.
Yeah.
It's over there. It has nothing to do with network television.
Punky Brewster.
Punky Brewster. I loved Punky Brewster. She was my dream girl growing up. I loved me some Punky Brewster. I watched that too. Sadly, I'm a chick. What can I say?
Well, you were raised with a bunch of chicks, so.
I'm ashamed to admit how much Golden Girls I watched, though. Lots of that. Aaron says, I never watched Jaws. What? You need to get off this show right now and go watch Jaws immediately. That's a great movie. If you missed it, you've missed out on history.
Now, just keep in mind it's an old movie.
It is old, but it's a great movie. When you watch old, you got to learn how to watch old movies. You can't just watch old movies if you're from this generation. You've got to prepare your mind. Number one, it's a lot slower, and they didn't have it down to a science, cutting and action like they do now. And there were no CGI. It was all in camera. So,
and puppets and.
But if you can train your mind to watch old shows, it's one of the best movies out there. It's definitely in the pantheon of great movies that shaped the world we live in today. There's a few movies, i.e. The Matrix, Jurassic Park, Back to the Future, Star Wars. There's a few movies that changed cinema history, and Jaws is one of them. Mabel says, I love that this Friday night has been filled with remembering cartoons and childhood. It has been such a wholesome night and no trolls. God is watching over us tonight. Amen. Amen to that.
Yep.
And I do wholesome quite well. I can get raunchy too with the best of them, but it ain't always about that. Blanche Devereaux, says Aaron. Oh, Blanche. Perfect Strangers. And that's where Malky came from. Don't be ridiculous. Of course I am. Don't be ridiculous. I wish I could still use my voice. I used to do all these Yogi Bear and all of these people. Can't do it anymore, though. Hill Street Blues.
11:14.
One of the first gay shows, but funny. The Perfect Strangers. Yep. John says Hill Street Blues. That's right. Hill Street Blues. And also NYPD Blue. Very good shows.
I liked Law and Order SVU series.
And Aaron says, I agree, Dorito Hands. And Mabel says, yeah, Law and Order. Dick Wolf just went crazy with all that.
Yeah, well, as I'm saying, I like the SVU series.
Law and Order, Criminal Minds, SVU, Vegas,
Yeah,
Louisiana, Miami. Jesus Christ, stop it already.
Yeah.
Just stop it already. And now, Homeboy with Yellowstone is doing the same thing. He's got a universe. They all live in the same universe. Yellowstone is the same universe that Landman is in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
Aaron says, A.
I like Mariska Hargitay.
Mariska Hargitay. John says, Peter Sellers, Pink Panther. That's the one. Inspector Clouseau, step in the name of the Lord. I am the great Cornholio.
Night Nugget.
What it is Poltergeist. Oh, yeah. Good movie. That movie freaked me out when I was a kid. A good double feature would be The Poltergeist, followed by The Exorcist. That'll keep you up for a week or two. John says, she knows you all told her about you. I told her about you all. Good. Good. What? Her?
They're here.
They're here. Yes, Poltergeist. They're here. What it is says BJ and the Bear. I remember that.
Yogi Bear.
Hey, boo-boo.
Let's go get us a picnic basket.
Hold me closer, Tony Danza. I hear you, Debbie. Thought it was funny, wasn't it? John says bear was a monkey, probably. Aaron says Hustle and Flow, the movie. He talked like that. Context. I like Hustle and Flow. Friday. You ever seen the movie Tap? I think I have. I'm not sure. And Debbie says Family Ties was Michael J. Fox. Yeah. For some reason, those two shows, and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they look the same in your mind? It's like the same show. Feels like it anyway. Probably wasn't, but I used to watch those shows, but I don't remember any details about them now. But yes, what it is, the $6 Million Man and the Fall Guy. I watched that too.
Yes.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology. 35 cents in this can opener thingy.
And the $1 Million Man was the green guy when he got mad, wasn't it?
No.
Who was the green guy when he got mad?
The Incredible Hulk?
Yeah.
The hell are you talking about? Stop talking, child. The Incredible Hulk was Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, well, there was a series out.
And Bill Bixby.
I'm talking about the real big dude.
The Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, when I was real young.
Yeah.
I didn't care. I didn't understand the show. I wasn't old enough to understand the show, but I used to like when he got mad.
You need to go back
colors.
and rewatch it. Very good show. Very melodramatic.
Yeah, well,
melancholy. That's what I would call it. Very unusual depiction of the Hulk. Because if you read the comic or look at any of the modern day Hulk, not even the same world. This was a unique take on the Hulk. They even changed his name from Bruce Banner to David Banner so that it would be a different character in universe. So this is not a Marvel property. This is their own idea of the Incredible Hulk. played by Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno. And great show. And the $6 Million Man was Lee Majors. And so was the Fall Guy. And wasn't he in I Dream of Jeannie too? And Dallas with J.R. Ewing. Growing Pains was the... And Leonardo DiCaprio was on Growing Pains. Got it. With Kirk Cameron and them guys. And Madison says, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. One of Johnny Depp's best. Yes, but do you understand the subject matter? Do you know who Hunter S. Thompson was? And do you understand why that movie exists? I suspect that you're rather cultured and well-read. I suspect you and Mabel have an education. So I'm guessing you know who Hunter S. Thompson is. Debbie says, oops, I meant Cameron, not DiCaprio. Cameron and DiCaprio, yes. I didn't think you were talking about the Ninja Turtles. Although
that was
Ninja Turtles.
Yes. The original.
Yes.
Even the cartoon was pretty good.
The original cartoon was.
Yes.
But that goes back a long way, though. That was actually from Germany, I believe. It was either Germany or Japan, and it had a different name, and we kind of co-opted it and turned it into a dark comic. The comic book is much darker than the TV show was. TV show was very kid-friendly. The comic book, much like The Mask, very dark comic. Dark and gothic. But the first movie of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with Jim Henson Company running the puppets, perfect. You can tell a difference between the first movie and the second movie because the second movie was not Jim Henson Company. And you can see the puppeteers in the masks. They just didn't care or didn't know what they were doing. Jim Henson made that shit look real.
They were just the Ninja Turtles to begin with, and we adopted them and made them the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No, to begin with, they were something else entirely. They had a different name, and it was a black and white comic. And when I say to begin with, I mean when they were created. Aaron says, my mom called them the stories, and she's been, hush, I'm watching my stories.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about soap operas?
Yes.
Yeah, the stories. And Aaron says, and if you interrupted her stories, she would beat your ass. Yes.
My mom called them her soaps.
Whole culture of people that just watch soaps. That we thought that's the way the future was going to be. Just women on couches watching soaps.
Some of them soaps are still on.
I know, because they tried to make that the future. Kevin says, Dirty Harry, go ahead. Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? Aaron says, my brother ran up the phone one time with that 900 numbers, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yep. I called it one time because I was curious and my curiosity got the better of me. And they sent a recording of it to my mom when they billed her and she wouldn't pay it. So my mom got to hear me talking to a prostitute about banging. Yep, I never did that again. That was enough. And Kevin says, the Carol Burnett Show. Yes. I love the Carol Burnett Show. I can't pull my ear. It's under a headphone, but. Dirty Line. Aaron says, Dirty Line. Yeah, the Dirty Line. Mama's House was Carol Burnett, and Vicki Lawrence was the woman who played Mama. Yes, thank you, Debbie. That's what I was trying to say. And it came from the Carol Burnett show. It was a skit on the Carol Burnett show, and then they liked it so much they made a show out of it. Valerie Bertinelli says, Kevin. No, that's a different woman. We're talking about Vicki Lawrence. She did, That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia. That's the night that they hung an innocent man. But don't trust your soul to them backwoods southern lawyer, 'cause the judge in the town's got bloodstains on his hands. Yeah. Yeah, I know. If you're young, you think that was Reba McEntire, but it was not. It was Vicki Lawrence. Reba just clamped. And she did Fancy, too. Anyway, moving on. Madison says Golden Girls was peak. I have great memories of sitting there with the elder ladies at Christmas and watching Golden Girls. Even my papa would come in and watch while the men drank and played cards. Yeah, because back then we couldn't get away from it. It was everywhere. There was even Estelle Getty was on TV asking where the beef was. Estelle Getty, that's the old woman who was actually in her 30s. Anyway. Aaron says, I had a life-size elf I used to sleep with and a puppet I was obsessed with. That sounds psychosexual. You had a life-size what? Alf? A life-size Alf? Is that what you're trying to say? And Kevin says, everybody loves Raymond. Yeah. Yeah. Seinfeld was better. Aaron says, the facts of life. Natalie. Mertudi.
I didn't care about none of them. What was that one with curly-headed kid? Might have been the facts of life.
Dennis the Menace.
Yeah, no.
I like that show. Alf. Yeah, you were trying to say Alf. You slept with a life-size Alf? Mm-mm. Oh, yes. Moonlighting. There's a show. And Mabel says, Hannah loves Jurassic Park, the original ones, and she doesn't seem to care for the new Jurassic World movies. That's because they're garbage. That's because they ruined the franchise. The original ones were actually good movies. They don't make good movies anymore. I don't know why. Roger was the neighbor, Aaron says. Kevin says, what was the Bruce Willis series? Blue Moon? No, that was Moonlighting with Sybil Shepherd. Great detective show. I love shows like that. I wish they would make more stuff like that. Roger was the neighbor at Three's Company. Yeah, the smarmy guy. And Frasier was great. Yes, Frasier was great. But I'm saying Fran Drescher was in that ilk and that run of TV shows, that side of things, the upper echelon, highfalutin type shows, like Benson was. Remember Benson? Does anybody remember Benson? Rene Auberjonois?
Mm-mm.
Midnight Blues. Nope, it was a Moonlighting. And there was a movie, a TV show a little bit later called Moonlight, which was a vampire detective show. Very good show. But Moonlighting was great. I had to look it up, says Kevin. The Twilight Zone? No, the Twilight Zone was good. A lot of the Twilight Zone writers came from Star Trek. I don't know if you know that or not, but they were interchangeable, which is why Star Trek was so good. Aaron says, yep, we said that one, Kev. Night Stalker. Oh, Night Stalker, yes. I remember that, too. I don't remember anything about it, but I remember watching it. The Crypt Keeper. Aaron, talk about, Tales from the Crypt. based on Creepshow, by the way. Tales from the Crypt is a spinoff of Creepshow. Creepshow is a series of short movies that were put together. There were two of them. Great little series.
Fred Savage.
Fred Savage? That was the Wonder Years.
Yes. And
Bryan Cranston.
yes, and then there was Webster.
Webster. I watched Webster.
Mm-hmm.
Chiller? I don't know what Chiller is, Kevin. You heard that they're bringing back the Crypt Keeper? I don't know why they would. Maybe because they've run out of ideas. Mabel says, I read Twilight and perked up for a moment and then remembered everyone is twice my age. Yeah, we don't do sparkly vampires. He's sparkly and old. And she's a mouth breather with no personality. They're perfect for each other. Fanfic is what that is. And that's based on something else. There's a series of books. There's Twilight, and there's I'm trying to think of what they're called. Nautilus or Daedalus. Hunger Games. They're Hunger Games type books. They're like teenage fanfic of something else. Divergent is one of them. You know what movies I'm talking about? Divergent. I can't think. There's 3 movies that each one has a different name, but Divergent is one of them. And then there's the Hunger Games, and then there's Twilight, and there's a couple of other movies that fit that genre. It's a particular genre that they carved out for them, these young teenage people, all based on Harry Potter type people. And they've made a killing with it back in the day. And Amy says, Alf, hide the cat, says Kevin. John says, Wonder Woman, yes. Linda, I can't remember her last name. I keep thinking Linda Blair, but that's The Exorcist. I don't remember her name, but I like Wonder Woman. Watch that too, and Batman with Adam
Linda
West.
Carter?
Linda Carter, that's it. Aaron says they talked about Alf. Oh, yeah. And I still love Alf. That was a good show. Weird, but good. Kevin says, happy days. Hey. First show to jump the shark. Madison says, Lamau, sit down, kiddo. Mabel, OMG, you're too funny. Amanda says,
LOL, right, Mabel? I mean, right, Hannah?
Madison.
I know.
Aaron says, Alex P. Keaton. That would be Michael J. Fox's character. Yep. Teen Wolf. That was a good show. Good movie. Charlie's Angels. Yes, I watched that too, what it is. Hi, Angels. God, I'm old. Hill Street Blues. I think we covered that one. What else? What else was I watching? MASH.
Oh, Lord.
I've seen the movie MASH. Did you know
Gilligan's
there was a
Island?
movie?
No,
Did you know there was a movie?
No.
Did you know there's a movie MASH with named actors in the parts of the TV characters?
No. I didn't
Look
care
into
for
it.
MASH. Or Gilligan's Island, for that matter.
Gilligan's Island. Yes, I watched that too. And Lost in Space. Evening Shade. I don't think I've heard of that one, what it is. Weekend at Bernie's, Aaron. Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah. We just had 4 years of that.
Monkey Magic, says John. I don't think I've heard of that one either. What it is says Moonlighting. Yes, that's Bruce Willis's foray into TV. And Sybil Shepherd. Madison says yes, and Johnny Depp played the role flawlessly. Like he does everything. Whoa.
We know who Madison likes, huh?
Yeah, but what movie are we talking about? Are you referring to 21 Jump Street? And Aaron says, Reba. No, it was Vicki Lawrence. Reba copied it. Aaron says, Fran the Nanny. Fran Drescher. Yep. Man, Punky was the girl. She was that girl. Yes, she was. I love Punky Brewster. But they remade that movie, or that TV show, once. They tried to anyway. They did like a couple of episodes. It was not good. But that girl looks exactly the same as she did in the day. And I assume it's the same girl. I might be wrong. They might have got another actor, but I think it's the same girl. 6 from Blossom, says Aaron. I remember Blossom. I didn't watch it, but I remember it being on.
I looked like Punky Brewster as a kid.
Yes, you did. And there's a reason for that. I'm telling you, I love Punky Brewster. She was my woman. I was like 9, but she was my woman.
Yep, I look like Punky Brewster. All the way down to just a little few freckles under my eyes on my cheeks.
Mm-hmm. What the hell happened? No, I'm just kidding.
Whatever.
Mabel says, one of my older sisters would watch Reba when we were in Italy with Italian subtitles. It was my first experience of American culture and accents. Oh, my God. I'm surprised you came here. We're not like that. I promise.
LOL, Mabel, and Reba is country as hell, too.
Fake country as hell. That's not real country, by the way. You know that by now. That's rich country is what that is. Aaron says, at Amanda, that would explain the Jake with you, duh. LOL. He was like, Punky, is that you?
Yes, Aaron, yes.
Nanu, Morgan Mindy.
LOL, Aaron.
Which totally stole that from Spock, by the way. He did it this way, though. Nanu. Morgan Mindy. Which was, oddly enough, an offshoot of Happy Days. I'm pretty sure it was. Was it Happy Days or was it, it was either Happy Days or, now here's a story about a man named Brady Bunch. One of those two, I can't remember which, but I think it was Happy Days that he first appeared on.
$10:39. I mean 11:39.
11:39. Y'all, it's getting late.
Mabel comment. Yeah, it's 9 minutes to midnight.
Hit that like button, subscribe, share, support, and join, everybody.
Feed Jake and Amanda.
Don't do that.
Mabel said, find it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mabel said, yes, Amanda. I thought it was really silly when I was a little girl. Nugget says, good night again, y'all. Cheered me up. Hugs. I'm glad we could cheer you up, Nugget.
Right on. Amy says, the facts of life. Yep. Da-da-da-da-da. The creepy and the kooky.
That's the Animaniacs.
The Addams Family.
Oh, the Addams Family. Oh.
Da-da-da-dum-dum. John, you are loved, says Aaron. Amen to that. Debbie says, I'm probably out on a limb here, but The Tourist is my favorite Johnny Depp Angelina Jolie movie. I didn't see the ending coming. Well, The Tourist was a good movie. I don't know if it's, well, I guess if it was a Depp Jolie movie, it's probably my favorite. Might be the only one, though. Judy says, good night, Nugget. Amy says, my son wore out the VHS and DVD of Godzilla with Matthew Broderick. Oh, my God. I don't know why. That was a horrible movie. But I guess it was okay as far as Godzilla goes. If you really want to see a good Godzilla movie, though, go get Godzilla Zero. I think that's what it's called. The newest one that just came out. Minus Zero, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Minus Zero. Or
I'm
minus
looking.
one.
I'm looking.
It's minus something. Godzilla minus something. That's a good movie.
No, not kidding. It's not. It's just saying Godzilla.
No, there's a new one that just
Minus
came out.
Zero.
Minus Zero. All right, that's the one.
Late 2026 release.
Yep. Aaron says, LOL, Amy saying all my shows. And Amy says, I remember Benson. That's right. Is Yellowstone any good? It depends on if you like Westerns. If you like Westerns, yes, it's very good. I like Westerns. So, you know, I'm in the Tombstone category. And True Grit and Unforgiven and things like that. Aaron says, Children of the Corn is messed up. It messed me up. Yeah, Children of the Corn was rough. And during the satanic panic of the 1980s. Oh, yeah. Mabel says, Debbie, I love The Tourist, though I am not a fan of Angelina Jolie. I liked her in Tomb Raider, but I'm not a fan of hers either. Tomb Raider and Salt were both good movies that she was in. And also Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Those are great movies. But I'm not a big fan of her personally. Mabel says, yes, Yellowstone is really good, Aaron. Vic watches it when he's home. What it is says the Dukes of Hazzard. Amen. Based on the movie Moonrunner. If you don't know, you don't know. But if you do, you know. Go check out Moonrunner from the 70s. And you'll get a bird's eye view of where the Dukes of Hazzard came from. It's a little different, but all the same. Aaron says, never sat down to watch it. Bruce Banner. That's right.
I know I said something to what it is, and just as I went to read it, my chat jumped.
Bruce Banner is the comic book name. David Banner is the TV name.
Guess what it is. Already called that one. Dukes of Hazzard. Dukes was the best.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Now them Duke boys always end up getting in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Love that show. I've seen every episode of that probably 100 times.
And now what we have here is a failure to communicate. Them Duke boys are going to find out soon.
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
A Different World says what it is. Weird Science. There's a good movie. Totally nonsense, but a great movie still. Debbie says, Mabel, which team are you? I'm Team Jacob. That's a Twilight reference. I'd have to be Team Edward. I mean, he's a sparkly vampire, but he's still Edward. Aaron says, was a spinoff of The Cosbys. What was? A Different World? What was a spinoff of The Cosbys? I didn't know there was a spinoff of the Cosbys.
It was around out the same time as Cosby's.
Oh, okay. Mabel says the Twilight books are very good. The movies were very silly, but I loved them. Right on.
Did you read Debbie's comment to Mabel?
Which one?
Mabel, which team?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it.
You
Sorry.
didn't hear me say Sparkly Vampire?
Oh, yeah.
That was in reference to it. Amy says Linda Carter. That's the one. The Wonder Woman. What it is says anthology. Yes, Star Trek was an anthology.
Yeah, he's talking about the other movie you were talking about.
Which one?
Creep
Show?
No,
Twilight Zone?
no, the movie you said earlier.
Well, a movie can't
Divergent.
be an anthology.
The Divergent.
Yeah, it's
series
not. Yeah, it's
thing.
not an anthology. It's a trilogy. Divergent, Insurgent maybe is one. I can't remember, but it's 3 different words. Daedalus, Divergent, and something else. Anyway, there are 3 different groups of people that have a skill, and they have to go out and sparkle. I don't know. Whatever. Here it says David Banner versus Bruce Banner. Now woke and has She-Hulk so trash. Yeah. The She-Hulk was trash. It was garbage.
Are you talking about Divergent, Insurgent, and Allegiant?
Yeah, it's the one. Those are the 3 movies. Yes. That's based on the type of book that Hunger Games is. It's a book series that was turned into a movie.
Uh-huh.
So was Hunger Games. And so was Twilight. And they're all 3 the same kind of thing. And Harry Potter, too, but in a different way. If that makes any sense. It's like its own subgenre of movies, is what I'm saying. And there's quite a few copycat movies that fit that bill. Mabel says, Debbie, I'm Team Jacob for sure. Only because he's got those big pecs and abs. He's a wolf. Jesus. Have some respect for yourself. Go with the sparkly vampire. Amy says, message retracted.
She's double posting.
Harvey Korman from the Carol Burnett show. Well, you know who my favorite was. I can't remember his name now, but you know the guy. The guy. I can't remember his name. Tim Conway. That guy. Aaron says, I got dragged into that Twilight business.
Bet you did.
Just thank your lucky stars you didn't have to watch The English Patient to get laid. Okay? Don't say I didn't warn you. And John says, I've watched the film MASH. All right. So somebody's with me on this. It's actually a good movie, but weird because I watched the show before I watched the movie and it just feels weird. It's surreal. Like you're watching something that's familiar but completely alien. What it is says the movie Phantasm. Yes. You talking about the one with the ball? With the... Yeah. Hellraiser. If you're going to go to the Phantasm, you might as well go to Hellraiser. Amy says Tim Conway and Harvey Korman. Right. Would break character, especially with the old man scenes, right? Tim Conway was hilarious. Aaron says, yo, the tall man in silver. You mean thin man? I don't know. Aaron says, balls. Phantasm classic. Yeah, it's a good movie. Kevin says, Blazing Saddles. Young Frankenstein. Madison says, no, you asked me if I knew who Hunter Thompson was. Hunter S. Thompson, right. And when I mentioned Fear and Loathing, yes, I did. Did I miss something? I apologize if I did. Let me scroll back up and see if I got that wrong. Oh, was it? What did you say?
She named something and you asked her if she knew who that character was.
Right. But she's now saying something like she responded, but I don't remember reading it. I apologize. I'm getting tired. Yeah, do you know who Hunter S. Thompson is? Amy says Bruce Jenner and Bruce Banner. They'll never be Bruces again. True. Yeah, Young Frankenstein. That's right, Kevin. Oh, damn, Amy, says Aaron. All right, guys. I got to pee, so. Hang on a minute. Let me get back to where I was. Amy says, no, yep, I'm back. Madison says, as long as we don't lose Bruce Willis, we'll be okay, Amy. Bruce Willis died. Sorry. You know that, right?
Has he gone yet?
I think he has.
I don't think he has.
You
I'm
need
checking.
to look. I think Bruce Willis died.
No, he's still alive.
Is he?
Yeah. He's not, he can't speak or walk or anything, but he's still alive.
Okay. Well, he's definitely not ever going to be Bruce Willis again.
No, he's
I thought he died. It seems like I heard that he died.
No, not yet.
Well, thank God for that. I'm with you, Madison. I apologize. Amy says, rap battles of history, Aaron. Eminem, 8 Mile. Come on.
8 Mile was a good movie.
Kevin says, definitely Happy Days. Yeah, Mark and Mindy came from Happy Days. Happy Days, right. Aaron says, word, Amy. Word to your mother. I gotta pee. Y'all listen to this. Moonlit skies and fireworks. People laugh, people flirt all night long. But I just stay. So I drove down to the local bar where people come in their fancy cars to play their games. But I just stare. Then I saw you sitting there, all alone in that empty chair right next to you. I fell in love. Oh, baby. You looked down and you took my hand. You said, boy, I hope you understand that I'm not a girl that needs a man. I got my life and all my plans, and if you were there, you'd just be in my way. Girl, it ain't gotta be like this. I'd give you everything but just one kiss. I don't care what you say. I fell in love with you anyway. Oh, Elizabeth, you take my breath away. At that bar where we first met, you smiled at me and my palms got wet, and you just looked away. But I just stayed. You said, been in love stood up to say goodbye. Grabbed your hand with a tear in my eye, and I just walked away. But you just stayed. But you looked down and you took my hand and said, boy, I hope you understand that I'm not a girl that needs a man. I got my life and all my plans, and if you were there, you'd just be in my way. Girl, it ain't gotta be like this. I'd give you everything but just one kiss, and I don't care what you say. I fell in love with you anyway. Oh, Elizabeth, you take my breath away. BJ, I'm a sampler. All right. Back at it. Epic rap battles of history, says Amy. Aaron says, I still watch those. I was afraid of the dark, LOL. Alf context. Right on. The big, yeah, I got you. I hear you. I was terrified of the dark, too. I handled it a little differently, but I'm with you. How you ask? I went walking in the dark a lot. And I dealt with demons and monsters and fear and terror and night terrors and panic attacks and all of that. But I took it like a man, and now I'm not afraid of the dark. So there you go. Aaron says Fifth Element was one of Bruce's best and excellent all around. Yes, excellent all around for sure. One of his best. Die Hard. I'm sorry, I gotta go Die Hard. But Fifth Element's up there for sure. It's definitely a great movie. Debbie says, I want to be Beth when I grow up.
I love The Fifth Element.
Me too. Although, you must know that she's kind of a bitch that did not want the guy. If you listen to the song, it's not a love song. Although it sounds like a love song, which is the genius of the song, in my opinion. But I wrote it, so that would be arrogant of me to say. But
I think she's talking about an actor in a movie.
oh, I thought she was talking about Elizabeth.
No.
Okay. I stand corrected. Aaron says, I've seen Blazing Saddles, Kev. It's a great movie. I wish more people had that kind of courage to handle that sort of thing with that kind of class. Because if you think about what today's anti-Semitism is like and how hated the Jews are, they were worse in the 70s. Way, way worse. And that guy just came out swinging. He didn't give a shit. He just said whatever. And it was wonderful. And I appreciate that. As a fellow cage rattler myself, I appreciate that. And a lot of people don't get it. A lot of people think it's just hateful or it's just dabbling in territory you shouldn't be in. And I say, no. If you're an American, there is no territory you shouldn't be in. It's freedom of speech. It's an inalienable right. You have to say the thing out loud that nobody else can say. You have to kill the sacred cow, in my humble opinion. What say you guys? Aaron says Fifth Element's my favorite movie. It's a good movie for sure. I have to go with Die Hard for several reasons. It's more gritty. It's more action-oriented. It's more grounded. But then again, I love sci-fi, so Fifth Element's right up there. I mean, it's a close run, but I think Die Hard's a little bit better of a movie. Better written movie. Although it's hard to beat Lilu. Good gracious. What it is says Poo Poo City. I don't know what that is. Aaron says, Debbie, LOL, as Beth, a pale, skinny chick with no ass who talks out of the side of her mouth. Yep, I wouldn't be her. Apparently, I don't know who we're talking about. And Debbie says 1883 is when the Duttons settle in Wyoming, and 1923 is more of the story before Yellowstone. All three are good. Excellent. Yeah, they're all, what's the guy's name that does those? I can't think of his name.
Does what?
Those movies.
Yellowstone?
And Landman, and 1883, 1993, 1923. Taylor, Sheridan Taylor.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think so.
Taylor Sheridan. That's it. Taylor Sheridan. That's the new Dick Wolf. Right? Or the new Castle. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that thing? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
Castle.
Murder, She Wrote?
Never mind. You'd have to be there.
Well, that's something.
If you'd ever seen it, you knew exactly what I just did.
Well, that was the beginning of Murder, She Wrote, where she was typing in the typewriter and then she got done and pulled the paper out.
No. It's the end of a movie or a show, and it's the little card at the end of the movie when it flips off to a commercial. It's the guy typing. He's got a pipe, and it goes around to the side, and he pulls the paper out, and then forms a C in the air, and then cannon comes out behind it. The guy who made all of those TV shows, Magnum P.I., Hawaii Five-0, probably Murder, She Wrote. A lot of shows he did. And then there was Dick Wolf who did all the CSIs and the other show. I can't remember now. You know, CSI and...
You talking about Donald Belserio or Glenn Larson?
Neither one. I'm talking about Cannon. I think his name was Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon's a black guy.
There's more than one Nick Cannon. It doesn't matter. Anyway.
Quinn Martin.
No.
Frank Cannon.
Frank Cannon. That's the guy. He wrote Magnum P.I. and Hawaii Five-0 and several other shows. And then Dick Wolf came in the scene, and he did a bunch of shows. And now Taylor Sheridan is doing the same thing. A bunch of in-universe shows. Like I said, Landman is in the same universe as Yellowstone, only in the future. And 1883 is in the same universe as Yellowstone, and so is 1923, but different places in time. All telling one big story. Aaron says, you're way better. I don't know what you mean.
Talking about Debbie being Beth, or...
I don't know who Beth is.
She's a... Debbie says down further in the chat.
Aaron says, I was, they would, you're gone. I'm lost. Debbie says, Edward was a putz. A beta male. Jacob is a real man. How's he a beta male? He lived 300 years. Jacob's just a hot-headed werewolf. He smells funny. Aaron says, Insurgent, Divergent. I can't think of the other one. That's the movies, though. Yeah. And I wish they would have made another one. Oh, another one. Maze Runner is in that category, too. Maze Runner. There's 3 of those. It's the same thing, same type of movie. And are you talking about Aragorn as in the dragon guy? The Lord of the Rings type character, Aragorn? I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that's not in that category, but it is a good movie. Amy says Insurgent, Divergent, and Dish Detergent. That's the one. Aaron says, and Rise, LOL. Allegiant is the 3rd movie, by the way. Thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome.
Amy says, I liked Aragorn. Yeah, it was a good movie. And I'm with you. I wish they would have made another one, but they didn't. There's another movie. I'm trying to think of what, I think it's called Ring of Fire. It's got Matthew McConaughey in it. And it's a dragon movie. That had the makings of a good franchise, but they didn't go anywhere with it. They made one movie and quit. It's really good. It was like dragons, but with machine guns. You know, kind of a cross between genres. It had the makings of a good thing, but they didn't go anywhere with it. Aaron says, I used to turn the TV off when that came on. LOL. And Mabel says, yes, Jacob is a man. Edward is a sparkly boy. Like a fancy purse. And his siblings are crazy. Big red flag. I agree. You just look at that house they live in. It's all glass. Don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. You know what I'm saying?
Don't do anything when you live in a glass house.
Right. Or walk around in your underwear.
Right?
Sorry, chat jump. I hate it when that happens.
I know, mine did too.
We're just about to get through the obligatory all-on-alls. I found it. It's 12:02.
Okay.
Debbie says, Young Frankenstein, sweet mystery of life. At last I found you. Aaron says, Amy Berserker. Sleep, Jake.
Soon. Very soon, Aaron.
It's coming. Amy says, good night, y'all. Oh, no.
Not Amy.
Aaron says, he's ready. I can see it in his face.
The hairline.
Hey, leave my hairline alone. I'm not going bald.
Not yet.
Not ever. Never gonna happen. Amanda says.
No, Jake says.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
.com.
Yeah, we didn't get a nap today, LOL.
Amy says, I just got home from work and was falling asleep in my chair. Nice.
Go to bed, Amy. See you tomorrow night.
I'm falling asleep in your chair, too. Amy says, you too, Amanda. Smiley face.
Oh, I am very soon.
Yes. Aaron says, I'm going to watch Maze Runner. There you go. That's a pretty decent movie. The first one is, I can't vouch for the rest of them. I never did get into it, so I didn't watch the rest of them. But I can vouch for the fact that it was well made. Amy says, Blade Runner, Aaron, not Maze Runner. Blade Runner. Yes. Very much a better movie. Aaron says, after this. And Amy says, Tron. I don't agree with you there. I didn't like Tron. I appreciate what they were trying to do. It was way ahead of its time. It's not a good movie. But it is a groundbreaking movie, but it's not a good movie. Aaron says, no, Maze Runner, Amy. Amy says, a corn maze full of cornholes.
And blondes. You know how to confuse a blonde?
I'll tell you later.
Or put her in a corn maze.
Aaron says, Tron, the new one. Good, old one, bad. The new one's good, the old one's bad. I haven't seen the new one, so I can't say anything about it. I stopped watching movies about a decade ago because they started making garbage and they wouldn't stop. So I was just I'm not going to spend any more of my time wasting it on garbage. I'm not doing it. I love cinema. I am a movie buff. I know more about movies than anybody you will ever meet. I have seen just about everything. It's a slap in the face, this last decade of movie making, to people that love movies. Hello, hello, hello. Put in a message real quick.
I already did.
Okay.
Did it come back?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see. It's jumping back and forth now. Oh, am I back?
Yes. Nope. You're jumping.
Hang on. Give it time. All right, here we go.
Yep, you're back now.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. My internet shut off and back on. I guess the weather or something. Who knows? I apologize. I'll pick up where I left off. I was saying that the movie franchise is a slap in the face to moviegoers. I'm not going to pay to go see movies in a theater ever again because they keep making garbage. I love movies. I'm a movie buff. I've seen more movies than anybody you know. I probably know more about movies than anybody you know. It's because I love them. I think it's a real work of art. And I am very disillusioned with Hollywood right now. I think they have went down a wrong path, and until they correct it, I'm out. I'm just out. I haven't seen anything new. The last new thing I saw was the new Top Gun movie, and I only saw that out of respect for Tom Cruise doing his own stunts. That's it. So, if you want to talk movies, we got to talk old movies. I don't do new ones. I can't vouch. But I'll tell you, if you want to know good movies, I've got great taste in movies. I'll lead you down some paths you wouldn't expect. Aaron says, A Different World was a spinoff of The Cosby Show. It was Denise, and she went to college, and she was actually in the show. Got it. Didn't she turn out to be a porn star? One of the Cosby kids went and started doing porn. Debbie says, Beth from Yellowstone, and yes, she is a bitch, but she owns it, and she comes by it naturally. Okay, well, I was thinking you were talking about my character in my song. I apologize. I'm self-centered. What can I say? Aaron says, fun fact, Jacob is a shark boy from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Yes, he is. A movie that sadly I've seen. Also, Agent Cody Banks. Written and directed by my friend Robert Meyer Burnett. Fellow YouTuber and Star Trek aficionado. Aaron says the little boy doing a flip and shit. Yeah, Shark Boy. Smiley, smiley. Amy says Kevin Costner. Good movies. Postman. Great movie. And Waterworld. Great movie. She's yet to see Waterworld. I'm going to make her see it one day. My ad's in German, says Aaron. Oh, no. I said the word Germany in this show. I wonder if that's why. Stephen Cannell. Thank you, Amy. Yes, Stephen J. Cannell. That's right. Not Cannon, Cannell. You got me. Amy says, I searched typewriter ending old TV shows. There you go. Good girl. Kevin says, did anyone mention Tool Time?
No, Kevin. LOL.
No, Kevin. Nobody mentioned Tool Time. How you doing over there? Wait, I could do that better. No, Kevin. Nobody mentioned Tool Time. How you doing over there? Okay, I'm back. Says Kevin. Kelly's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes. Kevin says. I think we broke Jake's internet, says Kevin. No, I just have to pay the bill. That's all.
We got talking about being tired. The internet's like, well, hell, I'm tired too.
Right. And Amanda says, lost internet. Hold on. We're back. We're back, says Kevin. Aaron says, home improvement. You mean? Tombstone with Kurt Russell. Wait, yes. The one with Kurt Russell.
I was going to say, wait a
Not
minute.
the one with Kevin Costner. Right. Sorry, my bad. Yes, the one with Kurt Russell. I'll be your Huckleberry.
You want to be my Huckleberry?
Well, I'll be a daisy if you do. Why, yes. For a minute there, I thought we was friends.
That's a notification on one of my phones. Is want to be your Huckleberry?
Why, gringo? I thought we was friends. Yes, I love that movie. I'll be your Huckleberry. Aaron says, you're no oak. Kelly's Heroes with Clint Eastwood. Oh, I see. Yeah, I forgot about that movie. I was thinking Hogan's Heroes, the TV show. Amanda says, bottom of the chat. Woohoo. Kevin says, good night, everybody. And good night, everybody. I've enjoyed the conversation immensely. Thank you all so much for partaking in this little trip down memory lane. This very peculiar step into perspicacity means a lot. So I appreciate you all. Aaron says, I've never seen the movie Golden Child. We should. It's a good movie. It ain't the movie that he went to go make that movie for. He was supposed to be in a different movie, which was Big Trouble in Little China, and he ended up making Golden Child instead. Kurt Russell got that movie, so that's how that goes. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow night for Politics. We'll talk about all the stuff that's going on, and Candace always losing her damn mind. We'll get it all figured out. We'll get it worked out tomorrow night. Until then, thanks for watching.
Good night, y'all.